You have been chosen.
Alright, peace and love, man. Alright, so today we're gonna learn how to stand on sovereign business. Alright? We're gonna talk about, are you a sovereign citizen? We're gonna talk about the various case laws, capacity, and status of various sovereign groups, statuses of various sovereign groups, Defacto versus De-Jure, and Pro Se versus Propria Persona, foreign states versus states of the United States, judicial proceedings versus legislative proceedings, how to properly read the laws of the United States. You will learn that before we actually get to it. Learn the professional rules of conduct and standards of civility, judicial conduct, rules and procedures. We're going to poke holes and, find a lot of inaccuracies, right? The term federal statutes, we're going to find out what that means. And we're going to go through a lot of federal and constitutional violations. We're going to learn how to submit claims to the state, right? Due to these actors committing torts through their benefits, programs, and agencies, right? So we're going to talk about the government agencies and the benefits of H.U.D, D.S.S, child support, child protective services. And then after all that, if I'm not tired, we're going to break down the case of Jahmal Bey, Larry Hoover, Dr. York, and Rashad Jamal. All right? Now, I'm going to show you how to get how to get them out of the cases, but I'm not doing nothing. Probably for Jahmal Bey, though. Jahmal Bey. And I don't mind assisting in a Jahmal Bey case, but when it comes to kids and all that, nah, I can't do that. The reason why I'm making this video is so we can protect kids. So I understand, the spiritual community is kind of pretty divided on the situation, and I can't take the actions of an adult over kids, especially if they are so sexually active. If you portraying yourself to be sexually active, and then you got these accusations coming against you, it's gonna be hard for people to pick sides. You feel me? So with that being said, it's all up to the ancestors. If you are empowered by the ancestors to handle the situation, then fine. I'm gonna show you how to do it, but I'm not gonna do it. All right, so let's proceed, man. All right, let's get to it. Are you a sovereign citizen, right? All right, first and foremost, I am the Super Saiyan Moor, right? I'll go by Clifford Bay, and I'm a Moorish American. Am I a part of the temple? Hell motherfucking no. And once you learn all this, then you'll know why I'm not. But until then, let's proceed, man. But shout out to all the faithful Moorish Americans. Honestly, I don't think there's none. I don't think there's no faithful Moorish Americans. Not even me. But yeah, y'all can act like y'all faithful and all that. If you're a faithful Moorish American, you're gonna adhere to the Constitution and enforce the Constitution. So we're gonna break down this whole thing and see if the Moors really been on their job. American Indians too. I mean, anybody of the lineage, whether you free man, FBI, whatever, nobody's been on their job when enforcing these rules. Everybody been operating in commerce, thinking that's cool. Nah, that's not cool. You gotta stand on your sovereignty or you will lose it. All right. So I'm gonna proceed, man. This is gonna be one long video, but it's gonna be packed with a lot of information. All right. I mean, this is God. This is God to information. But however, you gotta have the mind to actually grasp the concepts. You gotta be able to comprehend it. And if you can't comprehend it, that is not my issue. And some probably say like, oh, but if you're a good teacher, you'll be able to teach them. Well, I ain't gonna take it there with you, buddy. I'm not a good teacher. How about that? All right. All right. So, are you a sovereign citizen? First, let's establish: are you sovereign? Right. And when I mean sovereign, right, I'm talking about under federal laws. Are you considered sovereign? I ain't talking about, I'm gonna be nice and not call people names, all right? I ain't talking about none of y'all commercial gurus' definition of what sovereignty means or what law means. Nobody cares, all right? It's all about statutory rules of construction, all right? And what sovereignty means within their definitions, all right? If you're gonna be in their courts and enforcing their laws, we gotta regulate. In order to regulate the Constitution, we gotta step in these courts and make sure they're doing the right thing. All right, so I'm gonna get into it, man. I'm gonna get into it. So let's establish that. So how you raise your immunity, right, is through 628 USC 1604. So this the type of sovereignty I'm talking about, right? The fuck? The 28. Yeah. All right, here we go. Immunity of a foreign state from jurisdiction, all right? So subject to existing international agreements to which the United States is a party at the time of enactment of this act, a foreign state shall be immune from the jurisdiction of the courts of the United States and of the states. Now, right here, this state, well, we ain't even gonna get into that. So this was the type of immunity I'm talking about. So this is cited as the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act, right? And if you are considered a foreign state, then you have foreign sovereign immunity from the states, from the courts of the United States, and of the states, right? However, this term state right here is a nuisance, right? So it got different meanings, right? And the term United States have different meanings. So this term state right here and this term United States is defined, later on. No, further back in within this chapter. But when I'm talking about sovereignty, I'm talking about this right here. Foreign sovereign immunity, all right? And having immunity from the United States and their courts, and their state courts, whether it's the United States courts or the state courts, right? So, are you a citizen? We still on hold on now. We still on sovereignty, all right? We still on that real quick. So, let's see. So this case right here is Kemper versus State, right? I'm not going to fully explain it, but this is definitely a wild case. Things was crazy in the 1911s. We all know that. And apparently, in this case, a witness, got shot, got his jaw shot off by a Negro. I don't know why I found that funny, but I'm pretty sure that witness was a racist. All right, but let's get to whether the Americans are sovereign or not, all right? So let's go all the way down here. Where you at? Where you at? This is a long case. All right. Right here. Bang. The rule in America is that the American people are the sovereigns. Excuse me. Bang. American people are the sovereigns. So we are sovereigns. Now, are we all citizens? Now, the word citizen carries different meanings, right? We know that. But I'm going to help you understand what type of citizen you are, all right? In order to do that, I'm going to whip up a map. Actually, I already got one whipped up for you. Bang, right? So when the case talk about we are the American people are sovereigns, well, the American people, North America, Central America, and South America, people are sovereigns. All right? Now, are and everybody on American are considered American citizens. We are all American citizens. And since we got allegiance to America, we are all American nationals under the federal law. All right? Allegiance denotes national. I mean, allegiance, yeah. Or national denotes allegiance. You know, who your allegiance is to. All right? So, well, under federal law, that's what it is. All right? And it says permanent allegiance. But if you could expatriate, then yeah, that's irrelevant, right? Nothing to you. It can't be your allegiance is not permanent if you expatriate. All right. So all right. So let's get that. I'm gonna show you the law on that too. But let's get to this. So this is America. We all American citizens and American nationals. All right. We got allegiance to this continent. Now United States citizen, right? Can we be a United States citizen? I'm gonna show you. So these are all countries right here, right? All these countries, even within the United States, every state is its own sovereign country, right? So I'm here. I'm over here in New York. I'm a New York citizen, right? Now a citizen denotes where you live. Now we all live in America, so that's why we're American citizens, right? But further, I live in New York, so I'm a New York citizen. Further, someone in Mexico is going to be a Mexican citizen, right? Can a Mexican citizen be a citizen of the United States? I mean, a citizen of um, New Mexico while they still a citizen of Mexico? Unless you got dual citizenship, but I'm not talking about dual citizenship. Even if it's dual citizenship, remember, a citizen denotes where you live at. You know what country you live in. All these are countries right here. These are all sovereign countries. So just like Mexico citizen cannot be a Guatemalan citizen, right? A New York State citizen cannot be a Florida citizen. But since the 50 states all got allegiances to each other, that's why we are nationals. We are United States nationals because all these states are united, right? We got allegiance to. So yes, we are United States nationals or American nationals, American citizens. But can you be a United States citizen? No, because we're not a citizen of each state. We are nationals of each state. Our allegiance is to each state, so we are nationals, but we don't dwell in each state. All right, right? Someone from New York cannot become a representative of Texas. You got to live there. Right? Citizenship. You got to live there to become a representative of there. That's what citizenship is about, right? Citizenship comes with privileges or rights, not privileges, rights, right? So understand that you're a New York State, you're a state citizen, right, to your country, and since you got allegiance to the rest of the states, collectively you're a United States national. right? And there's a way to express that under the law. You got to express that. First Amendment, all right? So, are you a sovereign citizen? Yes, you're sovereign, and you American citizen, whether it's American citizen or state citizen, right? Sovereign citizen. Don't let them tell you different. You can always express this within an affidavit. What they gonna do? You have right to self-determination. So act like it. All right. So moving forward. All right. And I'll just show you one case law, right? And that was Kemper versus State. And I done show you the federal statutes as well pertaining to what I mean by sovereign. All right, so capacity and status of various sovereign groups, right? Because we are sovereign. So this is what I got right. Indigenous inhabitants, right? So in these cases, they use the word inhabitant. Inhabitant denotes someone that's living off the land, right? So you always want to use inhabitants in your writings, right? You want to express indigenous, right? If you use indigenous, well, a rock is indigenous to a place. Something dead could be indigenous to a place. So by you just saying indigenous, right? That doesn't denote living. It just denotes where something originates from. All right. So indigenous inhabitants. Some people, some of us are Moorish American. Some of us are American Indian or freemen. That these are the legal terms, right? I know. I know. Some of us now trying to get foundational Black American, I guess, to be a legal term. Whatever they decide to do, I'm gonna let you know. That ain't gonna slide if you don't know the law. And I'm gonna let you know right now. Y'all out here trying to get reparations. I mean, I'm for reparations. You feel me? But how are you out here trying to get reparations and not learn the law? That is crazy. So you expect the government that's committing fraud, right? And doing all sorts of ungodly things, right? High high moral turpitude. I don't know if I put that in the right context, but anyway. So you expect them to give you some money, but even when they do give you money, aren't we a godly people? Are we supposed to let them? Are we supposed to just live our life because we got reparations and allow them to commit fraud still? You think God gonna allow that? Yeah, okay, right? Aren't we supposed to have this moral currency? In order to have that moral currency, we gotta repeal these laws that's affecting our people or affecting the nation. It doesn't matter. It's many groups under this one nation, and we all have authority. If you're not Moorish American, American Indian, or Freeman, you still American national or American citizen. You still a United States national or a state citizen. You still can stand on sovereignty. So it doesn't even matter. Now, all of us collectively are American nationals and American citizens. And we are United States nationals. But we are also have state national, right? If you got a birth certificate issued to you from one of the states of the union, then that's proof that you're a citizen of that state, whether you think so or not. And that's not a bad thing to be a citizen of that state because it has sovereign power, all right? That's where all these other groups get their power from. They get their power from the federal government, but the federal government get their power from the collective states of the union. So either way, you still these groups are still pulling their sovereignty uh, from the states of the union and the people, the inhabitants, right? So you can look at it whatever way you want to look at it. All right. But just remember, we are all American nationals and American citizens. And they can't take that term away from us. They cannot pervert it. All right. So I'm going to proceed. So technically, we are sovereign citizens. And you know, you're going to have, I'm gonna be nice with the word. I'm not even gonna call people names. You're gonna have those that say, oh no, we not this and that. All right, cool. Show evidence. If you're not showing evidence, move around. You in the way. You in the way and you causing confusion. All right. I done show you the map. I done explain everything. I'm not doing no more explaining. All right. I ain't got time to argue with y'all. All right. Moving forward, right? Let's go back to this. So we only went over one case law, but we're gonna go over more. So we're talking about capacity and status, right? So I just told you. Now let's go to de facto versus de-jure, right? And pro se versus and propria persona. All right. So de facto versus de-jure, right? I just Google it. All right, yep, right here, bang. So, de jure means by law, described as something officially recognized or established by legal authority, while de facto means in fact, referring to a situation that exists in reality or practice, even if it's not officially sanctioned. All right. So, de jure by right according to law, and de facto is what's actually happened, right? So we got the commercial gurus that think they all know everything and all that, right? The big egos and all that. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Define law. Oh, you don't know what court means. All right, cool, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. You feel me? They are actually practicing de facto, right? Because they're not following the rules of the court, so they going the other way around the rules and filing these tax forms and documents, right? Now, only reason why you might get your case dismissed by doing it this way because a judge gotta disqualify himself if there's an interest. If you got a financial interest, of course, when you file tax documents, yeah, that proof is gonna be there that he has a financial interest. So yes, he got to dismiss the case, but the problem is he gets to still sit on the bench. Huh? We don't want that. You're selling out. You're allowing a judge to still sit on the bench that's affecting the people. That's operating under the color of law. So all you commercial packaging commerce gurus that's going that route, you sellouts. Respectfully, I say that. You're sellouts. All right? Indirectly, whether you know it or not. Because you're still allowing the issue to still exist and it's not benefiting the collective. All right? So I'm going to further go and explain that situation of how you a sellout, whoever is doing that. And it's okay, right? Turn your ways. Come back into the fold of, regulating the public and helping humanity, uplift humanity, right? That's what the Moor is supposed to be doing. I know the American Indians want the same thing. We all want the same thing, right? So let's get to that. So all right, next pro se. Oh, I don't know. Pro se versus pro per, which is propria persona, right? Whoa, look what it says. AI is lying their ass off. So AI is saying there is no difference between pro se and pro per. They are two different terms, both derived from Latin, that describe a person who represents themselves in a legal proceeding without a lawyer. Pro se is the more commonly used term and comes from the Latin pro se, meaning for oneself, right? Pro per is an abbreviation of in propria persona, which also translates to for one's own person, which is wrong. That's why we got to go to the Black's Laws Dictionary when we define in terms that's not a part of the statutory rules of construction. So if there's a term that's not a part of the statutory rules of construction within the federal law, then yeah, go to, go to any legal dictionary and find out what the term is. But if there's a term that's meant that's being defined under the statutory rules of construction, then yes, the Black Laws Dictionary is immaterial, or whatever definition is in it. It's not material, all right? We got to learn how to follow the statutory rules of construction, all right? That's very important. All right, so now let's see what pro per really means, which is and propria persona. We're going to pull up the Black Laws Dictionary, right? Here's what pro se means first: for himself and his own behalf in person. Now let's see what impropria means. God damn. Right, all right. So here. And propria persona. And one owns proper person. All right. That's the difference. Proper person, not and one owns purpose. Because when you're in your proper person, that means you're entitled to certain rights. So and pro se, right? Some people say that means prosecution. Some people just do the etymology and say, oh yeah, that means prosecution. But under the Black Laws Dictionary, it says in one's own person. So people is just crazy. They are saying things and they really don't know. That's how I look at it. How you gonna say something means prosecution, right? When the definition is right here in one's own person. It may mean prosecution in another sense. I don't know. But if it doesn't say prosecution, understand the what is it? What is it? Cause cause when you go into syntax, and then it can mean that, right? When you go into syntax, defendant don't really mean defendant, and then yeah, syntax and all that, and yes, rules of grammar, yeah, and it might apply, but then again, if the defense is not raising these issues, then I don't care. All the defects or whatever that is waived. It's waived. All right. So let's proceed. So you always want to put impropria persona, right, in your captions, by the defendant. All right. And listen, this process right here, you really is very detailed. All right. Don't be doing this if you ain't trying to be very detailed, or if you're gonna be a slacker with it. All right. This is God tier. This is God level. You acting on a godly level. You got to be. This is a lot of detail. The laws. I'm about to take your time. Be patient with yourself. All right. Be patient with yourself. All right. Let me proceed, man. All right. So now we understand that, right? Now let's get into foreign states versus states of the United States. All right. So we already went to the title, right? 28 USC 1604, right? And we could go back to it, right? States of the United States, right? Foreign states, and all right. So let's go to Eisenberg. I'm sorry. Let's go to this Eisenberg versus Commercial Union Insurance, right? So this case is Eisenberg versus Commercial Union Insurance Company, and this is from the uh, Southern District, New York. All right, it's a district court case. So this is not a Supreme Court case, and this is not an appellate case. So any other state cannot use this case. I'm just trying to show you something. All right, you cannot use this case law. But as you can see, federal a federal law is written within it, so it's applicable to all the states. Just because the federal statute is written in it. All right. So whatever's being said within this case still is applicable to all the states because they talking about a federal statute. All right. So here's what it says. It is to be noted that the statute differentiates between states of the United States and foreign states by the use of a capital S. All right. For the word when applied to a state of the United States. All right. So that means when they're trying to define the term state within a statute, if the state has a capital S, right, that means it only includes the states of the United States and not foreign states. But if state is being defined and then it has a lowercase s for state, that means foreign states are included. And the only time foreign states are included in federal statutes is under commerce. All right? Under commerce. That's the only time foreign states are included in federal statutes. All right? So let's continue. So right here we got diversity of citizenship, which is at Title 28 of the United States Codes, Section 1332. Now, when you go down to D, which is now E, right? It gives the definition of state. You see how it's got a capital S? As used in this section, includes the territories, the District of Columbia, and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, right? Now, we got to find out, is territories a part of the states of the Union? Is it, right? Because we already know the states of the Union does not include the District of Columbia. This is Washington, D.C., right? This is Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, right? 10 foot square miles or something like that. Go ahead, read it. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Read it and find out, all right? And territories are the property found at Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2. All right? This was territories. So at the end of the day, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, that's not the states of the Union. So clearly, states of the United States doesn't include the states of the Union. All right? So that only can mean states of the Union are considered foreign states. Now, I just told you on a map, right? Every state is a sovereign. This is a country. All these 50 countries that gave allegiance to each other. All right? But they still got their sovereignty. All right? They still got their sovereignty. So let's go to some case law, right? So you should understand foreign states versus states of the United States, all right? Let's go to some case law. All right, here we go, right? We're going to go right here. Foreign states, defined. Foreign states. Nations outside of the United States. But the United States is the Washington, D.C. The term United States has its nuances, right? It has different meanings, different connotations. All right, so we got to further define it within each title that is being defined in of the United States codes, right? The term may also refer to another state, a sister state. The term foreign nations should be construed to mean all nations and states other than that in which the action is brought. And hence, one state of the Union is foreign to another in that sense, right? Generally, the states of the Union sustain toward each other the relationship of independent sovereigns or independent foreign states, except insofar as the United States is paramount, right, as the dominating government. And insofar as the states are bound to recognize the fraternity among sovereignties established by the federal constitution, as by the provisions requiring each state to give full faith and credit. That's like allegiance, right? To the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of the other states, right? And here's what it say right here: the United States government is a foreign corporation with respect to a state, right? And then we could further confirm this within its own laws, right? We could further confirm this, right? Title 28, it's in the 3000s. So, right, particular proceedings. We're going to go down to 3000, right? Definitions. We're going to go to 15, right? Definitions. Bang. And hold on. There we go. United States means a federal corporation, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States, or an instrumentality of the United States. All private contractors are instrumentalities of the United States. So they ask could be sued too, all right? And we gotta step on it next too, all right? You know, show them the error of their ways. All right. You see how that's a capital S for state? Several states. You see how that's a capital S? States of the United States. All right. So this part right here, right, that's defined as state doesn't include the states of the union. All right, and we're gonna further go into that. We're gonna matter of fact, let's go into it right now. All right. Yeah, we can go into it right now. All right. Now I'm not gonna talk about the particulars of this is the Housing Act, the Housing and Urban Development, all right? Code of Federal Regulations. Now I'm not gonna go into the reason why, you know, in certain chapters, you know, several states is with a lowercase, and other chapters, several states is with a uppercase. I'm gonna just guess and say that the reason why it will have a lowercase because there's no grants involved, and they might be dealing with, you know, private residential homes. That's not public housing, but right, all actions under public housing state is going to be with a capital S, the several states. So we're going to get into the definition of state, right? So as you can see right here, state includes the several states. You see how that's a capital S, right? So that means that's for territories. That's it doesn't this state right here doesn't include states of the union because they got that capital S right there. All right, for state. Now let's go to another definition, right? And this is at CFR section 100.20. Now I think it's supposed to, let's see, state, right? State means any of the several states. You see how that's a lowercase s? All right, because this dealing with commerce. And the other one dealing with grants, that's not commerce. Grants deals if this is the public housing agency. So either you got one way where you are getting loans for the house, that's like a consumer credit transaction, right? In commerce, because you're dealing with loans. And then another transaction is you give them your application and they monetize it and get grants by creating a security, right? They create the security with your application, and that's how they're able to get grants. All right. So you see the difference, right? This is commerce. So there's no sovereign. There's no reason to enforce stand on sovereignty. You can't stand on sovereignty in commerce, right? You can't stand on sovereignty in commerce. Commercial transactions, you know, you agree to something. There's no immunity when you agree. All right. unless some laws have been violated, but that has nothing to do with immunity, though. All right. So, all right, let's continue. That has nothing to do with immunity under the federal law. Let me just say that. All right, so let me proceed, right? So now hopefully I gave you enough information to understand foreign states versus states of the United States when it's applicable, right? When you looking in these federal statutes, you understand whether these statutes is applicable to foreign states, which is the states of the Union, or it's applicable just to the District of Columbia, which is government. All right, this is very important to know. Judicial proceedings versus legislative proceedings. You got to understand what establishes a judicial proceeding, right? And what establishes a legislative proceeding, all right? And I'm gonna bring you to a case law, O'Donoghue versus the United States, all right? Because we're gonna further um, define what state is. So, all right, this is O'Donoghue versus United States, 289, right? All right, you got all that. So this is what it states. Territorial courts are legislative courts created in virtue of the national sovereignty or under Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2. That's what I said, right? Of the United States Constitution, vesting in Congress the power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting a territory or other property belonging to the United States, right? And their judicial power is not and could not be derived from Article 3 of the Constitution. The so-called territories were parts of the outlying domain of the United States, organized in preparation for their becoming states. The Constitution could not have intended that the judges appointed for such provisional and temporary governments should have permanent tenure and irreducible compensation. So any judge that doesn't have permanent tenure and irreducible compensation, that means, yeah, they are not Article 3 judges. Article 3 judges serve permanent tenure. They got, yeah, there's no terms, right? So if a judge has a term, that means he's under a legislative court. Yeah, that's a civil court, right? A legislative court. All right, and they don't have no judicial authority. All right, so let's keep see, all right, now let's further explain, right? This is what they're saying. The District of Columbia, right, unlike the territories, is a permanent part of the United States, the very heart of the Union, over which Congress, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, has permanent and exclusive power of legislation. So they got power to create states within their little territory, all right? They got judicial authority within, Congress got judicial authority within the District of Columbia, but they don't have judicial authority anywhere else. The only person that has judicial authority from the District of Columbia is Article 3 judges. They're the only ones that have judicial authority over the foreign states, which is the states of the Union. All right? They're the only ones that have judicial authority. However, every citizen also have judicial authority. All right? And I'm going to show you how that looks like. All right? I'm going to show you how that looks. Every citizen of the state got the same power the government has. We all got that power. All right? That's why we interpreting the law. I'm interpreting the law right now, right? I'm interpreting the law right now. All right, so and I'm gonna show you how you enforce. I'm gonna show you how to help the judge interpret the law if he got the itch to go off course. All right, so let's go down. All right, we're gonna scroll all the way down to the opinion. All right, so after an exhaustive review of the prior decisions of this court relating to the matter, The following propositions, among others, were stated as being established: that the District of Columbia and the territories are not states, within a judicial clause of the Constitution giving jurisdiction in cases between citizens of different states. So yeah, these territorial states in the District of Columbia, right? They got their own state. They are not a part of the states of the Union. So whenever state is being defined in these federal statutes, and you thinking a state of the Union is a territory, no, it's not. It's not a territory, all right? You know, states of the Union are not considered territories, so they cannot define in their statutes, you know, as such. It cannot be defined in the federal statutes as such. Federal law supersedes state law. It's the supreme federal and Supreme Court decisions supersede state law and is the law of the land along with the Constitution. All right, so that's good to understand. Now you want to say, all right, so why are they still calling it a state within their statutes? Here we go at 3. That the District of Columbia and the territories are states, as the word is used in treaties with foreign powers with respect to the ownership, disposition, and inheritance of property. Who are these foreign powers? That's the other states. Or it could be states outside. You know, each state has its own foreign power, and that's the governor of that state. The governor is the sovereign authority of each state. All right? So you better be careful what governors you picking. All right? Shout out to the Chicago governor that said no. You can't Donald Trump cannot allow the the National Guards within his state. The governor got that authority to do that. He's the sovereign authority. All right? The president only can enforce, you know, what's according to law, and he only have authority within that 10 square mile zone of the District of Columbia. So that's why he was able to, you know, put the National Guard in District of Columbia, right? It was a flex. But he ain't doing it in the other state without the governor approval, right? And I'm gonna let you know if these governors are approving it, yeah, we gotta get them out of office. All right? Because at the end of the day, we can handle these issues that's going on within the state ourselves. We don't need national guards if we already got ICE and all that. You feel me? Whatever. And then again, I don't know. You know what? There's a lot of nuances in that too. So I'm gonna just leave that alone. And it's about the topic is about the topic is about judicial proceedings versus legislative proceedings. So how do you know if you're in a judicial proceeding? Well, we gotta go by the rules, right? Let's see what New York State says. In order to establish a judicial proceeding, this is what gotta happen, right? So this is criminal procedure law 1.20, and we want to go down to 1.21, right? Right here. Accusatory instrument means an indictment order reduced pursuant to subdivision 1A of section 210.20 of this chapter, and the information, a simplified information, a prosecutor's information, a superior court information, a misdemeanor complaint, or a felony complaint. Every accusatory instrument, regardless of the person designated therein as accuser, constitutes an accusation on behalf of the state as plaintiff and must be entitled the people of the state of New York. You see how state is spelled? Because New York is foreign to the District of Columbia, and the rules of statutory construction must be uniform. State laws must be uniform with federal laws. All right. So even in state, when they are mentioning foreign state, right, it's gonna have a lowercase s. It should have a lowercase s, because A lot of states don't, and that needs to be fixed, and it's up to you to fix it. All right? It's up to you. Don't be lazy. Get to work. All right. So that's one thing, right? So it has to have a lowercase s. All right. Now that denotes that it's a foreign state, which the states of the union are. They are foreign to the federal, so that's why there's a lowercase s. Now, what happens when that lowercase s turns into a capital S? I'm about to show you right now. Right, let's get to it. All right. New York State Constitution, right? Statutory rules of construction. Let's get to it, right? So this is how it is here in New York. Now, if you want New York, they got everything laid out very good. In other states, I done search it up, they make it harder. Now, Georgia, yeah, y'all gonna have to go in federal court because they is violating the law heavy. Like the prosecutor, the oath that's being committed under Georgia, he's not even taking an oath to support the Constitution. How is that? Y'all really allow that in that state? Prosecutors taking oaths, but that don't support the constitutions? That's crazy. And that's in their rules. That's in the laws. Yeah, that's unconstitutional. Gotta take an oath to support. All right. But anyway, let's continue with this right here. So bang, right? So we under right here. All right, hold on. So Article 3, legislator, right? Section 13. Enacting clause of bills. No law to be enacted except by bill. The enacting clause of all bills shall be the people of the state of New York, represented in Senate and Assembly. You see how they say Congress, Senate, and Assembly? So this kind of format and spelling with the capital S belongs to the District of Columbia, right? Congress. Bang! That's a legislative proceeding. So whenever you see it right here like this, that's legislative proceedings, right? That's legislative courts, legislative proceedings. And when you see it like this, when it's like this in the caption, that means the prosecutor is representing the people, right, and proceeding under judicial authority, right? We already know legislative courts don't have judicial authority, all right? Article 3 gives you judicial authority. And the only people that got judicial authority is the people of the state and the representative that's acting in their capacity. So if a prosecutor want to prosecute somebody in New York, remember it's the office. They represent an office that's in the District of Columbia, right? And we're gonna bring that up right now. Bang. Public offices at seat of government, right? All offices attached to the seat of government shall be exercised in the District of Columbia and not elsewhere except as otherwise expressly provided by law. So all these government offices, right? It's a concept, right? Are in the District of Columbia. So they cannot bring actions against citizens of a state alone. They are foreign to the state. The only way they can bring an action is in district court. It got to be a civil action, not a criminal action, because there's a contract involved. All right, they are citizens or instrumentality of the government, which is foreign to the state. All right, so no foreign person could, enforce their foreign laws onto another. All right. But it's not about laws, it's about representation too. It's about representation. So I'm like, with the capital S, equals judicial proceedings, and lowercase s, no. The lowercase s equals judicial proceedings, and a capital S equals legislative proceedings, which is legislative courts. All right? So I hope you got that understood. Now we're going to see how we could step on, these lawyers next and all that. So we're going to go to the professional rules of conduct and standards of civility first. And then we're going to go to the judicial conduct, deal with the judges. We're going to deal with the lawyers first, and then we're going to deal with the judges. All right? So let's get it. All right, here we go. All right. So hold on, let me before I continue, let me further state something as well. So remember, no person, firm here in New York, right? In order to use the term court, you got to be vested with judicial authority. All right, and here's what it says: no person, firm, association, or corporation shall hereinafter use or employ the term court as part of or in connection with the name of any body, board, bureau, association, organization, or corporation, or in referring to any body, board, bureau, association, organization, or corporation in such manner as to be calculated reasonably to lead to the belief that the body, board, bureau, association, organization, or corporation is vested with judicial power or is a part of the judicial system of the state. All right? So, with that being said, right, whenever a prosecutor decides to use the capital S for a state, they no longer have judicial authority. They are misrepresenting the people, usurping the judicial authority of the people, operating under the color of law in violation of Article 3, Section 2, Clause 1, performing their territorial state from the District of Columbia, right, within the jurisdiction of the state of a union. That is against the law, right? Misrepresenting the people. So that's something you gotta keep in mind, all right, when you stepping into these courts. And don't step into these courts on your own until you know how to do this. All right? I'm gonna proceed, right? So that's that right there, you see? Judicial, legislative. So let's go to the standards of civility, all right? So I already told you what court means. All right, let's go to Illinois. So we got Chicago. It's a lot going on in Chicago, right? This is what it says in Chicago, because Chicago is the same way as New York, kind of, right? So an indictment means a written statement presented by a grand jury to a court. Now they define what court means, right? They define what court means. Let's go to that. Information. Court, right? Court means a place where justice is judicially administered, right? But in order for them to administer judicially, they got to bring the action, right? The prosecutor got to bring the action with a lowercase s, right? Not Commonwealth. Commonwealth is not a part of the states of the Union. It have to say State of Illinois with a lowercase s to enact judicial authority, right? In order to evoke that judicial authority, they got to come in, they got to bring the action in with a lowercase s for spelled for state within that caption. If that caption has a capital S for the state of Illinois, guess what? They operate under the color of law. It's a legislative court with no judicial authority. And they can't even use the term court. Not in Illinois. However, some states is not. Other states is different. Other states don't define court. All right. So you gotta do your due diligence. All right. So I'm gonna proceed. All right. Rules of All right, so the standards of civility, right? So right here, this is New York. This, listen, the uh, judicial conduct, right, is the same through all out the 50 states. They all follow Canon 1, Canon 2, Canon 3, and Canon 4, right? This is for judicial conduct. Now, with lawyers, it's the same thing. Professional rules of conduct. It's throughout. It's all the same. They might word it a little differently, and the terminology, some terms might be omitted, right? Because they're trying to be slick when they omit certain terms. But here in New York, they really don't omit a lot of terms. So you have some Moors or some commerce gurus, they're like, oh, define court. It's all about rules of statutory construction. So by you telling me define court, listen, bro, I don't know what you mean by that. I go by the rules. You feel me? And they be talking about, oh, define law, because they be trying to go into etymology and all that. But according to the statutory rules of construction, right, the term law in court is already defined. So don't be extra, or you will end up in a crazy house like some Moors already have, or like some sovereign citizens already have. They didn't do their due diligence. They talking crazy. They're talking about, oh, I'm from the Republic of, New York. Listen, bro, that's not in. All right, there's a such thing as the Republic of New York, but when in case law and they laws, they're not. It's not the Republic of New York, right? It's a union state, New York State. You feel me? The Union State of New York, or something like that. Anyway, I'm probably being confusing, but when you want to mention a state, you want to refer it. You want to express it as a state of the union. All right? Don't be talking about I'm from the Republic. All right, I'm from New York State within the state of the union. All right? Because y'all be creating terms that they are not defining within law, within the statutory rules of construction, right? And you got Moors, well, oh, I don't deal with the codes. Well, if you ain't dealing with the codes, you ain't gonna know how the government is actually operating. You know, they say, oh, I don't file motions. Well, if you ain't filing motions, that's why this system is allowed to keep going, because you know there's a spirit that's causing them not to file motions, so they're not seeing the truth. See, I don't listen to nobody. I don't care what nobody say. I'm gonna find this information for myself. So when I looked at it and I say, oh, they violating all these rules. Because they say, oh, when you motion, you asking the judge. We don't ask. Well, under the laws, here's what it says right here, right? When you file a motion. Here's what it says. And I'm gonna ask you, do the judge have discretion to deny the motion? All right. So we're gonna go to Superior. This is New York, right? Proceedings. Motion to dismiss. All right. We're gonna go to procedure, right? Bang. And here's what it say a judge must do. See, it say must, not should. When you see that word must or shall, the judge don't have no discretion, all right? So yes, you asking, but the judge must comply. Period. I don't like using that word, period. But anyway, simple. All right, let's get to it. All right, so it says the court must grant the motion without conducting a hearing if the moving papers allege a ground constituting legal basis for the motion pursuant to subdivision 1 of section 210 and 20. I'll let you find out what that means, right? And such grounds, if based upon the existence or occurrences of facts, is supported by sworn allegations of all facts essentials to support the motion. The sworn allegation of facts essentials to support the motion are either conceded by the people to be true, or are conclusively substantiated by unquestionable documented proof. So what this saying is, your sworn allegations, if the people is not refuting the facts within the allegations, then that means they concede. And then the case must be dismissed. The judge cannot deny a motion. And if he's not sure, then a hearing must be conducted. All right? And I'm pretty sure that's with it's sort of the same within, the other rules. You just gotta find it. I'm not gonna go over all the rules in every state. I'm definitely gonna, I gotta say, poke holes in their procedures, right? And let you know how you could get them for a misconduct. Because misconduct equals tort, breach of contract. You could establish a claim, right? So we gonna poke holes and see how we could get them in their procedures. All right, so I'm gonna proceed. All right, all right. So let's proceed. All right. So so with that being said, I debunked it. Right. We could file motions. We just gotta learn the rules, and the judge must comply with them. But technically, if you could file a claim, if you could get uh the situation, the matter dismissed in federal court without, if I didn't do that. If you want to, but however, if you want to make some money, yeah, just give them enough rope to keep hanging themselves. Yeah, oh, yeah, let them go, let them keep, how should I say, proceeding under the law, right? To commence actions with no authority, right? Because the more proceedings, and the more they hang themselves, and when you do finally commit that claim, like, oh my gosh, there's no doubt that they was operating under bad faith because you done gave them plenty of notices and they ignored you. They acted right? Wantonly, maliciously. Yeah, we could get them for a malicious prosecution. We could just hang the judge and the prosecutor. But to my understanding, if you decide not to step into the court and you go straight to federal court to get the action dismissed, then the judge and the prosecutor is not liable because they haven't committed nothing yet. The officer that said you committed the action, you probably could get their department or the state. But we want to get everybody. We just want to clean everything up. Yeah, hang them all. Yeah, come here. Yeah, we gonna get all of y'all on this boat. All right, give them enough rope. That's the game. All right. The more rope you give, the more money you get. All right, I'm gonna proceed. All right, let me proceed. All right. So let's go back to the professional. Let's go right here. So now this is right New York State Codes, Title 22, Judiciary, and we want to go to courts. All right, and we want to go to Supreme Court, and then this subchapter E right here is for all departments. It doesn't matter what court it is, what court you in. This is for all departments within the judicial system. All right. The rules of professional conduct. Now, what does who are these courts are for, right? So we got all these departments. They gonna define what state is. All right. So look what state means under this. So state includes the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and other federal territories and possessions. So these courts are legislative courts until you know, the district attorney bring an action under the authority of the citizen of that state. So these courts are legislative courts, right? Until the district attorney bring an action like this, right? With the lowercase s, and that denotes he is representing a citizen of that state. So technically, if you get charged for a gun, that district attorney is not representing a citizen of that state. So you can't even get charged for guns within the state, right? There must be a real party in interest. And I said all offices are in the District of Columbia. So all them laws that doesn't have someone as have a citizen that been offended, those are all laws that's not applicable within the state. All right? The law is not applicable because in order to enforce that law, you gotta be violating somebody's rights. You gotta be trespassing on a citizen's rights. There's no trespassing on nobody's rights carrying a gun in any state. And look what the Second Amendment states. People gotta learn how to read. I mean, I still gotta learn how to read more, but I think I know how to read enough. I'm gonna leave that up. I cut it off by mistake. All right, we're gonna proceed. All right, so like I was saying, right? What the hell was I saying? All right, what I was about to? I think I was about to go to. God damn. Hold on. I know I was about to. New York Constitution. All right. All right, that's what I was getting to. The Second Amendment, right? Look what the Second Amendment states. A well-regulated militia being necessary to secure the security of a free state, right? The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But look what it says. It says a well-regulated militia. It don't say nothing about regulating the people. Do it say something about regulation on people or regulation on militia? Right? So when you see all these regulations, like, whoa, slow down. The people have a right to bear arms without regulations, right? That's why the federal gun laws is not applicable to the state, and that's what we're gonna get into, because that's another thing. None of the federal gun laws is applicable to any of the states of the union. All right. So, all right, let me proceed. All right, let me proceed. All right. So, state right here, right, includes. It doesn't include you know, anything. So that's what you need to know. This is under professional rules of conduct, right? Now, another term you need to know, right, uh, is, well, belief. Of course, you got. Well, you should know. You should read this for yourself. But I'm just pointing out, the main thing, like fraud. You had like a commerce guru talking about, you can't go on course and mention fraud, or they're gonna look at you, or they're gonna put you in the crazy house. Like, what? What you mean you can't mention fraud? All you got to do is express yourself and let them know that, something is being committed within the meaning of this statute right here. All you gotta do is cite the where's fraud defined within the statute. You feel me? And this is what fraud denotes: conduct that is fraudulent under the substantive law or procedural law of the applicable jurisdiction, or has a purpose to deceive, provided that it does not include conduct that, all right, anyway, we ain't gonna get into all that. Purpose to deceive, right? Deceit, intent to mislead, right? Or knowingly failure to correct misrepresentation, right? So fraud we could use in courts. I'm listening to these commercial gurus. I'm not sure if any Moorish Americans are saying that, but these dudes that be operating in commerce do not know procedures. Not criminal rules or procedures. They just take the easier way out and file tax documents. But everybody wins. That's the back door to the process, right? They take the back door and everybody wins. No, I don't want these motherfuckers to win. Niggas gotta lose. What you mean? These niggas making money and these niggas fucking up the nation. Nah, we ain't with that. All right, so knowingly, you gotta know. You gotta incorporate these terms into, when you write your complaints or when you write in, your answer to a complaint or something like that, right? Or when you filing your motions to dismiss or whatever you decide to file, whether it's in state court or federal court, these are the terms you need to know. All right. So lawyers always gonna know stuff. They know knowingly, all right? And if they act like they don't know, well, they reasonably should know because they supposed to display professional competence, all right? And we gonna define what professional competence is while we going over the judicial conduct, all right? I'm gonna explain professional competence in there. All right, so those are the only terms I want you to know for this, but of course, you want to learn all of them for yourself. But what's very important is the definition of state, right? That's the jurisdiction these courts is under, unless they acting on behalf of a citizen of whatever state it is. All right. So now that we got that terminology, let's go to standards of civility. All right? Because this is very important. And we want to go down to all right. So lawyers, right, should be mindful of the need to protect the standing of the legal profession in the eyes of the public. Accordingly, lawyers should bring the New York State Standards of Civility to the attention of other lawyers when appropriate. So if other lawyers are supposed to do it, why can't we, right? Yeah, why not? Remind them of the standards that they're supposed to be going by, right? So a lawyer is both an officer of the court and an advocate. As such, the lawyer shall always strive to uphold the honor and dignity of the profession. And I'm going to stop there. Now let's go to the judges. The judges' duties to lawyers, parties, and witnesses. Right? A judge, I'm gonna do this. All right, a judge should be patient, courteous, and civil to lawyers, parties, and witnesses. Right? What else? The important stuff, right? Right? Judges should not employ hostile, demeaning, or humiliating words in opinions or in written or oral communications with lawyers, parties, or witnesses. So if a judge is acting out of order, well, let's remind him not to be hostile, right? Let's remind him not to be demeaning. right? Let's be mindful to be patient, courteous, right? And dignified, all right? These are the things we got to remind him, right? But we gonna get into more of what we should be reminding the judge in a judicial matters. But look what here, this is what it says here. Judges shall make all reasonable efforts to decide promptly, not 6 months later, promptly all matters presented to them for the decision. And what happens when they don't? That's misconduct. So if they ain't doing things promptly, yeah, add that in your complaint. They failed to act promptly. All right, let's continue, all right? Let's go back to stepping on these lawyers now, prosecutors and lawyers. All right? Professional rules of conduct, client-lawyer relationship. Competence, right? A lawyer should provide competent representation to a client, including a DA to the state, right? Because the client is the state and the DA is the representative. Competent representation requires the legal knowledge, skill, thoroughness, and preparation reasonable necessary for the representation. A lawyer shall not handle a legal matter that the lawyer knows or should know that the lawyer is not competent to handle without associating with a lawyer who is competent to handle it. All right? So we got to expose the incompetence of the lawyer along with the misconduct due to due to the lack of professional competence. All right? A lawyer shall not intentionally prejudice or damage the client during the course of the representation except as permitted or required by these rules. All right, so when the DA is representing the people, right, and he's misrepresenting the people, then the people, the defendant, got the authority to sue the state and who and the represents and the DA as well, or actors, whoever's committed. But that could damage the state. That's damaging the client, right? So by them intentionally misrepresenting, the state, yeah, they are intentionally, damaging the client at the end of the day. So yeah, we gotta let them know, hey, you're in violation. Fall back in line. You're moving too fast, player. Chill out. Calm down. What you doing? Right? Yeah. All right, now let's go to what is it? Maintaining the integrity, right? So let's go to misconduct. A lawyer or a law firm shall not violate or attempt to violate the rules of professional conduct, knowingly assist or induce another to do so, or do so through the acts of another, right? So you got the lawyer that's ahead of the DA department, and he got assistant DAs. So what the main lawyer is doing, right? If he's even if it's not him, if it's one of his assistants misrepresenting the people, he is knowingly inducing another to do so because he is the boss of the assistant DA. It's the office, all right? It's the office. All of them become liable, right? Knowingly assist or induce another to do so, right? Or do so through the acts of another. Engage in illegal conduct that adversely reflects on the lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a lawyer. When they misrepresent the people or display the lack of professional conduct, all right? Yeah. We could get them. That's misconduct right there, right? Misrepresenting the people. That's not being honest or trustworthy. That's not promoting confidence in the public. All right. Engage in conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation. All these states are committing, all these DAs of the state are misrepresenting the people. Yeah. Oh, we gonna talk about all this in open court. Engage in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice. Prejudicial is harmful, right? Let's look up the definition of prejudicial, right? Let me go right here. Prejudicial. Harmful to someone or something, detrimental. So if a DA decide to be prejudicial, right? Hold on, let's go back to this because we're going, right? So when the DA acts in a prejudicial manner, right? That's prejudicial to the administration of, that's harmful to the administration of justice, right? So by them misrepresenting the people, right? That's weakening the confidence, right, of the people in the system. And if the people become less confident in the system, then that weakens the system. But not only that, like I said, if the state is trying to administer justice, right, and you got this DA that's misrepresenting the state could be sued. So that's harmful to the state and its administration of the justice. Yeah. So you gotta look at it like that too, all right? Knowingly assist a judge or judicial officer in conduct that is a violation of applicable rules of judicial conduct or other law. We already did we define? We didn't define law yet, right? So we gotta define law so we can see what other law there is within the rules and construction of the court system. All right. Engage in conduct in the practice of law that the lawyer or law firm knows reasonably should know constitutes unlawful discrimination. So engaging in conduct in the practice of law that the lawyer or law firm knows or reasonably should know constitutes unlawful discrimination. Now, I've been the definition to mean something else, but let's see what unlawful discrimination means. Unlawful discrimination definition, all right? Unlawful discrimination is treating someone unfairly because of their race, religion, sex, age, or other protected characteristics that are specified by law, such as disability or sexual orientation. So what happens when a lawyer misrepresents the people and you are the defendant? He is turning that court into a legislative court. Therefore, you are no longer representing yourself. You are no longer in a judicial proceeding, which means legislative courts are in the District of Columbia. He turned you into a District of Columbia citizen, which is a United States citizen, right? That's discriminating against your national origin as a state citizen, right? Doesn't it? It discriminates. You have a right to be secure in your person. You are not secure in your person if you stepping into a legislative court, right? Legislative courts are not for those in foreign states. Legislative courts are for those in the District of Columbia. We have judicial courts, right? That's something to understand. So unlawful discrimination. Yeah, well, let's make it that. Why not? What else? Engage in any other conduct that adversely reflects on a lawyer's fitness as a lawyer. So if you lying, being deceptive, you inducing people to be deceptive. Yeah, are you able to be A lawyer? Hell no. Nah, you're not. Get up out of here. Yeah. We need to get you up out of here, and we're going to get you up out of here. How about that? All right? All right, so we're going to proceed. So I believe this is it for lawyers and the rules. See, it's not that much, right? It's not that much. Now let's go to Tennessee, right? Because I'm going to show you how it says the same. See? Oh, no, this is judicial. This is rules of professional law, right? So you got the preamble. We don't want the preamble, right? We want terminology. So, right? Fraud is the same. See? Or even do they see? They omitted the definition of state. See, state is not defined in here. Yeah, they trying to be slick. They're not defined in state, right? And the only reason why I feel like they're not defined in state, so you can't prove that it's a legislative court or not. Like what court or system does these courts states what all right. I'm getting tongue twisted up. What I was about to say. All right, so they're not defined in state, so you will never know who the courts are applicable to, I guess, or something like that, if state is not being defined. But we could always know whether it's a judicial court or a legislative court by the capital S or a lowercase s for state. And if they using a commonwealth, the word commonwealth instead of state, commonwealths are not states of the union. All right, commonwealths are not states of the union. Just letting you know that. So yeah. All right. So, but other than that, a lot of stuff, knowingly, right? And then you got reasonable belief, reasonably should know, right? All lawyers should reasonably know. If they taking up a matter, they reasonably should know what's going on, right? Because they gotta have professional competence. They gotta display professional competence. But see, rule competence: a lawyer shall provide competent representation to a client. Competent representation requires the legal knowledge, skill, thoroughness, and preparation reasonably necessary for the representation. See, but they give a lot of comments within this. But it's all the same. See, 1.1 competence. That's the same thing right here. Hold on. Same thing right here, right? Let's back up. All right. Right here, right? 1.1 competence. So 1.1 competence is just 1200 1.1 competence, right? So it's all the same across the board. It must be uniform, right? Because everything comes from the bar association, whatever that. What is it? ABA or something like that. Whatever that shit. I don't care what it is. All right, the bar association. All right. So we done with that. Let's go to what else? What we going to next? Uh, Judicial conduct. We did standards of civility. We just got through professional rules of conduct. Now we're gonna do judicial conduct right now. All right. All right, man. All right. Let's start from the top. So it's under New York. Now, like I said, the judicial conduct is Canon 1, Canon 2, Canon 3, and Canon 4 on a federal level. All right. It's all uniform. So in New York, Title 22, Judiciary. We're going judicial administration, standards and administrative policies. Part 100, rules of the chief administrative rules of the chief administrator of the courts, which is rules of the administrative judge, I believe. But yeah, it's different under the unified court system where they call it the rules of the administrative judge. But I guess if you cite the rules of the administrative judge instead of this, I mean, it should all still be the same because it's still considered law. The rules, everything is still considered law. All right, so let's go to judicial conduct, right? Go to terminology. The most important thing you need to know, knowingly, right? They define law. So when these commercial gurus want, oh, do you know what law means? Well, it means different things under different courts. How about that, right? So whatever court your matter is in, follow them rules, or do your commerce sellout process, whatever. You feel me? But we stand on sovereign business over here, so there's rules of construction we gotta follow so we could get these motherfuckers out of office, right? So we gotta lay out enough rope for these motherfuckers, and we gotta learn their procedures because they're not following them, all right? So law denotes court rules, as well as statutes, constitutional provisions, and decisional law, all right? So with that being said, we already know what law means under New York State courts. We know what law means. I know what law means. Then the rules means this chapter right here, right? Let's go to integrity, right? Because they did find integrity. Where integrity at? Integrity. Right? T. Integrity denotes probity, fairness, honesty, uprightness, and soundness of character. Right? Integrity also includes a firm adherence to this part or its standards of values. All right? Impartially denotes absence of bias or prejudice in favor of or against particular parties or classes or of parties, as well as maintaining an open mind and considering issues that may come before the judge. All right. So, absence of bias and prejudice, which we're about to, step on the judge's neck for not, acting with integrity or being impartial or acting impartial with impartiality. All right. All right. So that's the definitions that I need you, the terminology I need you to understand. So let's go right here. Right. I'm about to break down this whole thing. An independent and honorable judiciary is indispensable to justice in our society. A judge should participate in establishing, maintaining, and enforcing high standards of conduct. Now you see how it says should, right? So that means they really probably don't got to, right? They probably don't have to. But then right here it say, and shall personally observe those standards so that the integrity and independence of the judiciary will be preserved. Right? They must personally observe those standards. Whatever standards they're enforcing, they got to observe the standards they're enforcing. And it should be high standards of conduct. But we know that's not true because I'm about to break it down right now. All right, let's get into it. A judge shall avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety in all of the judge's activities. So, some people don't know what that means. I keep forgetting what it means. So, let's, define it right now. Impropriety, right? A failure to observe standards or show due honesty or modest, improper language, behavior, or character. All right. So, right when he fails to be honest or show honesty or modesty in his language, that's impropriety. And we know, judges be doing that when you be stepping on their neck. And you gotta tell them, listen, Your Honor, you are required to be patient, remain dignified, and be courteous. Please. Thank you very much. All right, let's proceed. All right. So now you know what that means. Let's get back to it, all right? So a judge shall respect and comply with the law. We already know what law means. And it says shall, right? It don't say should, it says shall. Let's get that correct, right? And shall act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary, right? So this is important to know, and this one is important right here to know. A judge shall not lend the prestige of judicial office, because remember, it's an office, right? We got allegiance to this office that must be respected and honored. And the person that's in that office got duties and responsibilities that they got to follow, all right? And laws that they got to comply with. And here's what it says. A judge shall not lend the prestige of that judicial office to advance the private interest of the judge or others. Are they doing that? Let's break it down, right? Let's move on to the next. So that was 100.2, which is probably something else within a different state, because every state got their own thing. But it's all the same. The wording is the same. This is canon law, all right? This is canon law. So a judge shall perform the duties of judicial office impartially and diligently, all right? Let's get into it. Judicial duties in general. The judicial duties of a judge take precedence over all the judge's other activities. The judicial duties include all the duties of the judge's office prescribed by law, all right? So if it's not prescribed by law, and we already know what law means within the New York state court system, right? Then yeah, we understand. So now let's go to his adjudicative responsibilities. A judge shall be faithful to the law and maintain professional competence in it. So as a lawyer, but let's look at professional competence. I defined it earlier, and I still forgot. Professional competence. Professional competence referred to the combination of skills, knowledge, abilities, and behaviors that enable an individual to perform their job duties effectively and ethically within a specific profession, right? Professional competence, right? Professional conduct is a part of being professional. The capacity to apply the knowledge and skills effectively. So if they misrepresenting the people, they are not applying their knowledge and skills effectively. Right? They're not. So they lack ability, capacity, right? A strong understanding of the principles, theories, and best practices relevant to the profession. See, they probably got the knowledge, but are they displaying the capacity, or are they behaviors is displaying professional conduct? No, because they violating the rules. So that's misconduct right there, right? That's misconduct right there. Right? Professional competence. A lawyer got to display professional competence too. A judge shall require. Hold on, nah. This one is important. You got to know, and then we're gonna skip over the 3. A judge shall be patient, dignified, honest, right, and courteous to litigants, jurors, witnesses, lawyers, and others with whom the judge deals in an official capacity, and shall require similar conduct of lawyers. So, right? So, dignified. That same conduct is required of lawyers. Your Honor, the lawyers got to be dignified too. remain dignified. All right? Anyway, let's move on to the next, which is fourth. A judge shall perform judicial duties without bias or prejudice against or in favor of any person. A judge in performance of judicial duties shall not, by words or conduct, manifest bias or prejudice. Now, what that means, right? So when you have a lawyer, right, is no, forget the lawyer. Let's talk about the judge. So the judge, right? The judge probably say, "Oh, because the judge did this to me. I'm in court right now representing myself. This is my first time actually representing myself, and I'm doing good." So the judge, called my name, and then he said I'm operating in pro se capacity. I object to that, Your Honor. I'm operating in Propria Persona. And then he said, noted. But that's not a ruling. In order for a judge to make a proper ruling, it got to be uh, sustained or overruled. Now, let's see what that. Let's really dive into that, right? Sustain versus overrule. In legal terms, sustain an objection means the judge agrees with the objection and the question or evidence is excluded or stopped. While overrule an objection means the judge disagrees and allows the question or evidence to proceed. So when the judge told me, right, he said when he said noted, well, technically he didn't make a ruling, right? So if he didn't rule on my statement, it automatically means he's objecting to it and he's still allowing what he said to exist. But that right there, he just manifested bias. No, he just manifested prejudice by word against me. He just manifested prejudice by word against me because by saying I am proceeding pro se, now I am not in my proper person. Pro se do not mean you operating in proper person, therefore you're not secured in your person, Fourth Amendment violation, and if he's not allowing you to proceed in propria persona, First Amendment violation because you have a right to express yourself freely. You have a right to self-determination. All right? That's what you need to know. You have a right to self-determination and to be secured in your person. What happens when all right, so now let's continue. Let's continue. So that was 4. Now, 5, a judge shall require lawyers in proceedings before the judge to refrain from manifesting by words or conduct bias or prejudice. Now, sometimes the lawyer, the DA will say, oh, he's here proceeding pro se. Oh, you better object to that. You better object to that and let them know, like, listen, I'm here in propria persona. And if the judge say noted, or if he don't rule on it, that means he allowing the bias to happen. He allowing a lawyer to manifest bias by words. And if the lawyer is misrepresenting the people, then he allowing a lawyer to manifest bias by conduct. All right? So yeah, you let him know that, Your Honor, by allowing the lawyer, the DA, to proceed like this, you're allowing him to manifest prejudice against my national origin. And you in violation of such and such. You feel me? But anyway, let's proceed. So right here, right? A judge shall accord to every person who has a legal interest in a proceeding or that person's lawyer the right to be heard according to law. So, you feel me? A judge shall accord to every person who has a legal interest in a proceeding or that person's lawyer the right to be heard according to law. Not according to how he feels, according to law. Right? So if the DA decides to misrepresent, right, the people, he is improper before the court. He doesn't have a right to be heard according to law, and the case should be dismissed, right? And if the judge chooses to proceed, now he's running his office for private reasons because it's not a judicial process. It's not a judicial court no more. Every time, every time a DA commits an action with a capital S, that's a legislative court. That's not according to law. That DA don't have the right to be heard, and you let the judge know that. Facts. All right, let's go. Right? A judge shall dispose of all judicial matters promptly, efficiently, and fairly. Now, if he's allowing a lawyer to do all this, right? Nah, he's not being fair. And if you tell him, you know, the lawyer's doing all this and he's not doing nothing about it, and he's thinking, you remind him, like, Your Honor, you got to rule on things promptly, efficiently, all right? Professional competence. You're already supposed to know what's going on, so it ain't like you got to think to make a decision. You don't need 3 months. You don't need a month. None of that. None of that. All right? Yeah. So keep in mind with that. All right. What else? So administrative responsibilities. The important thing about the administrative responsibilities, right? Here's what it says: the judge shall require staff, court officials, and others subject to the judge's discretion and control to observe the standards of fidelity and diligence that apply to the judge. So yeah, the judge is required, right? The judge shall require the staff to observe how he's operating in court. So the thing is, how you wanna articulate is like, Your Honor, you allowing all this to go on, and your administrative responsibilities. I'm pretty sure the staff is required, right, to observe your conduct and what's going on, right? And right now, you are not promoting, right? And right now, you're not promoting, what is it? You're not promoting public confidence in the integrity and partiality of the judiciary. All right? Yeah, let them know that. All right, so what's the next one? All right. So that's all for the administrative. Now, here's the disciplinary responsibilities, right? A judge shall disqualify, no, not disqualify. A judge who receives information indicating a substantial likelihood that another judge has committed a substantial violation of this part, right, shall take appropriate action. A judge who receives information indicating a substantial likelihood that a lawyer has committed a substantial violation of the rules of professional conduct shall take appropriate action. So when you in court, you letting the judge know, like, listen, Your Honor, the prosecutor is incompetent. He don't know nothing. He's misrepresenting the people, committing fraud within the meaning of whatever the fraud definition is. He's not complying with the law, which denotes the rules of the court, right? And then you displaying how he's in violation of the rules by not following the rules for captions and all that. Yeah. And what happens when he don't discipline? He's in violation if he don't give discipline, because that's his responsibility to give discipline. If that DA or lawyer is violating the rules of professional conduct, misleading, misrepresenting. Yeah, that's all violations, right? That's misconduct right there. The judge got to do something about that. And chances right, once you put that on him, he probably dismissed the case right now. Like, oh, nah, I'm gonna dismiss the case. So the reason why I'm still handling my case now because I ain't do this shit. But yeah, I'm about to tear the judge whole asshole wide open. I mean, he's scared to look in my eyes now already. So, all right, let me proceed. Right. All right. So another thing, right? So the thing is, all these judges is guilty. So why not just write letters to the Supreme Court and let those judges know that these judges are committing all these issues, right? And what happens when they don't do nothing? They become in violation, right? You know what else they become? Hold on, let me see. This is what else. This is what else happens. 42 USC 1986. Oh yeah, action for neglect to prevent. So all these judges, all these DAs, even all these departments within the agencies are violating the laws. Now, we need to write to these politicians and ask them how come all these laws are being imposed onto the states, right? And these laws are not applicable to the states, right? And then you let them know how the policies are in violation of Constitution and all that. And guess what? You let them know they need to write a bill to fix it. And what happens when they don't respond, when they don't listen? What happens when everybody write letters? And then now we gotta action for neglect, neglect to prevent, right? Yeah, we gonna get them. So yeah, I'm gonna let y'all read that. So we gonna get back to judicial conduct real quick. So yeah, you could write letters and listen. This is what's happening. You gotta do something about it. You are required to do something about it. But not enough people is doing this process because they want to be commercial gurus. Yeah. While kids is getting taken away, right? You got more talking about uplifting humanity, but where's the class action lawsuits? Where's the class action lawsuits? It's a whole bunch of charlatans out here, right? Talking about all this sci-fi stuff, aliens. Listen, nobody should be worried about aliens if you ain't meditating. You better start meditating so you can get yourself right. You worry about whether aliens gonna save us or not. That's irrelevant because these are, if there are aliens, they are of a higher frequency. So whether we're aware of them or not, they still got some type of influence over us. And the only way they're not is if we go in instead of being turned out. You see why I went there, right? Instead of being turned out. Because there's a lot of bitches out here. Excuse my French. Anyway, let me proceed. Disqualifications. A judge shall disqualify himself or herself in a proceeding in which the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned, including but not limited to instances where, right, the judge has a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party. Now, if you telling a judge, like, listen, this is what's going on. If he continues to allow the prosecutor to proceed, well, that's a bias. I mean, he's being impartial. That's proof right there. And he allowing someone to prejudice your rights. Right? The judge has a personal bias or prejudice. Yeah. So yeah, we gonna get him out of office if all this don't work. Either way, he gotta go. Alright, let's continue. So that's all I want to do with the disqualification, like I said. When these commercial gurus fill their tax forms and they get the information from the financial side, right, which is commerce, right? That's evidence right there that the judge has financial interest within the case. And then the judge, when the judge find out you got that information, of course he's going to dismiss it. But he gets to still sit as a judge. You selling out. That's selling out. Why you letting him still sit as a judge? Yeah. All right. All right. So now let's proceed. So I think this is it with the judicial conduct. So this is the most important stuff now. And now I didn't read everything to you. That's your job to do. I just gave you like some heavy pointers to come at the judge. And I gave you heavy pointers to come at the lawyers. And listen, this is for y'all lawyers coming up. You ain't gotta look at that judge like he's honorable. You already know what he's doing. You could take his spot and be honorable. Right? You could do your own audit. You could have someone else do the audit. I mean, you could backdoor him, right? Like, yo, this judge, here's the information on this judge, here, handle that action. I mean, even with the legislative branches, right? All of them, listen, this is what you need to know. This is what you need to know. The officer may be sued only if he acts in excess of his authority or in violation of the Constitution, for then he ceases to represent the government. So all you got to do is do an audit, right? If he's been acting in his excess of authority, that's proof. Now, we already know he's not government, so it would be easy to get him out. Because all the politicians are not government, right? They all acting in excess of their authority. They all are neglecting, all right, preventing the I.R.S. from imposing income tax on union states, on the states of the union. The I.R.S. don't have that authority. Like, let's go to the title. What Title 26 say, right? All right, let's go to Title 26. Let me see. U.S. codes, right? U.S. codes 26 and 70,000. So right here, we're gonna go all the way down to definitions. So this is what state means, right? The term United States, when used in a geographical sense, geographical means the land includes only the states and the District of Columbia. But you see how that's a capital S? The term state shall be construed to include the District of Columbia. That's federal government. The District of Columbia is federal government. So why is Congress imposing taxes onto, the states of the union? I mean, are you an employer? Let's find out. You know what? I'm gonna touch on that later. I'm just helping you understand it. I'm just helping you understand the jurisdictions and what these politicians know and what they are omitting, right? And what they are let happening. All right? This is what they let happen. They all need to be removed. Republicans and Democrats. We ain't asking them for nothing. They don't have the authority. We do. This is the law. You feel me? They took oaths. So we're going to hold them to their word. Or they got to go. That's it. All right. So we're going to continue. All right. So we got through. So you understand what the difference between judicial proceedings and legislative proceedings? We did that. All right. We did judicial conduct, all that. Now we're going to poke holes in the rules and procedures. All right. From different states. I already poke holes in New York State, right? We already know how New York State's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to have the lowercase s. So when they come with the capital S, they're improper before the court. They don't have the right to be heard. Bang! It got to be dismissed. You feel me? But you got to know how to file a motion to dismiss, and all the rules is already right here, right? I can't do everything now. I can't do everything. And actually, I already got a video on that, I believe. So, yeah, you're going to have to watch that video. So, right? So, let's poke holes. I'm going to poke holes. All right. So, for instance, right? So, in order for them to establish a court, which is of judicial authority, right? They got to come like this with the accusatory instrument, with the capital S. I mean, with the lowercase s for state. Not only that, there must be a citizen of that state that they prosecute on the behalf for, all right? Or corporation that they prosecute on the behalf for if there's some type of financial crime, right? There got to be a real party in interest, and the state is never the real party in interest. The state is never the real party in interest, only in a commerce suit. If there's a matter pertaining to the state, right? A citizen of the state got to be injured in order for the to bring an action with a lowercase s. All right, because they are in the District of Columbia, like I said, right, and they themselves cannot act on the behalf without a citizen, without having that authority from a citizen of that state. So if they're not acting on the behalf of a citizen of that state, then yeah, how can you proceed? That's like someone in Georgia trying to sue me, and I'm from New York. How that's gonna happen, right? Now, if someone from Georgia is a lawyer and they represent someone from New York State, then they could sue me, right? That's how it works. That's how it works. All right. So what I'm trying to get at is, if this is not a lowercase s, then it's not a judicial court, right? Because we already know what the term court means. So what I'm trying to get at, right? Let's look at indictment. I think I went through this again, but we're gonna go through it again. All right, grand jury. So grand jury, right? A grand jury is a body consisting of not less than 16 or more than 23 persons impaneled by a superior court. Court, right? Court under New York State denotes judicial proceedings, right? Now, if the DA is misrepresenting you, therefore he didn't establish a court within the state. He established a legislative court. So the impanel is under a legislative court, which have no judicial authority, so it's defective. If the grand jury is defective, any indictment they issue is also defective. All right? That's what you need to know. It's defective. And we could get things dismissed if it's defective, right? So that's one hole we done poked, right? We done proved it right there. If they don't come proper before the court, all the instruments become defective. All right, so now let's look at the terms. Let's look at the terms, right? All right, hold on. Bam. God damn, what the hell? No, I'm bugging. All right, right here. There we go. So what I'm trying to get at is, right, an indictment means a written accusation by a grand jury, but a grand jury is someone impaneled by a Supreme Court or a superior court. And if it's not a court under New York, if it's not vested with judicial authority, then it's not a court, and therefore the indictment is haven't been issued by a grand jury. So the indictment is not an indictment according to the rules, right? Information means a verified written accusation by a person more fully defined and described in Article 100, filed with a local criminal court. Court. denoting judicial authority. But if the DA is misrepresenting, then the information is not an information. It's colorable, right? Color of law. That's what colorable means. It appeared to be an information, but it's not, according to the rules of construction, right? That's the same thing with these traffic informations and all that, right? Let's look at, hold on. Arraignment means the occasion upon which a defendant against whom an accusatory instrument has been filed appears before the court. And if it's not a judicial proceeding, then the arraignment is not an arraignment, right? You understand what I'm saying? Right? A judge is not a judge if he's not established in a court, right? A judge means any judicial officer, right? Or who is a member of or constitutes a court. But if the DA is misrepresenting the people, then the judge is not representing the court. That means he operating for private purposes. That's misconduct. Operating under the color of law, right? Prosecutor means a district attorney or any other public servant who represent the people in a criminal action. District attorney means a district attorney assistant, district attorney, all right. All right, but anyway, who represents the people in a criminal action. But if he misrepresents the people, then he's not really representing the people. So therefore, he's not really a prosecutor. Because if you misrepresenting the people, then you're not representing the people. Makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to you. All right, so that's poking holes. It's easy to poke holes in these rules when you actually learn them. But if you got Moors talking about, oh, you shouldn't be filing motions, then you're not gonna try to study the rules because you're not looking to file motions into these courts. You're gonna go straight to the district courts and handle it there. And I'm not trying to say there's nothing wrong with that, but that allowed these state courts to still operate how they operate, and that is opposite of uplifting the fallen humanity, because it's not the federal courts that's trafficking these kids through the D.S.S. It's these state courts that's doing the job. It's these judges, right? And we still allowing them to operate. So I'm just letting y'all know y'all selling out too. Yeah, that's a form of selling out. All right, so let's go on to poke some more holes. We're gonna poke holes. I'm gonna go down the line. All right, well, what state is next? Let me see. What state is next? California. All right, let's go to California, right? Here's what it's saying in California. The defendant in a capital. A criminal action is prosecuted in the name of the people of the state of California. See, anybody in California, y'all gotta fix that, because now that's a rule within the state which giving them immunity to operate as the legislative court. But y'all could take them to a federal court, right, district court, establish a precedence to change that rule. Tell them, listen, that rule is unconstitutional. Y'all got to change that right there. And I'm gonna just stop right there because I don't need to go nowhere else. That's enough proof to show that all the cases within criminal actions are, commencing actions under legislative courts by that capital S. They are required to under these rules. Bang. That's all. All right, now let's go to Illinois, Chicago. I think I did Chicago earlier, but we're gonna do it again. Right? We're gonna do it again. Right? Court means a place where justice is judicially administered and includes a judge thereof, right? So information means a verified written statement signed by a state's attorney and presented to a court. But if they come in a capital S, like I said, it's not a court. Now, every state don't define court, but if court is defined as judicial, then you got them. You got them. So information is not an information if the DA didn't establish a court. which is judicial, right? An arraignment means the formal act of calling a defendant into open court. We already know what court means. Now, if they misrepresenting the people by applying a capital S instead of the lowercase s, then it's not an arraignment because they didn't establish a court. They established a legislative court, which is unconstitutional within the state, right? That's what they established. But in order for an arraignment to be an arraignment under this rule, they gotta establish a court, which means judicial. We already know what that meaning means under rules of construction for Illinois. All right. So I think I did enough for that. All right, let's go to Tennessee now. Let's go to Tennessee. Bang. An indictment must contain in the caption or body of the indictment the name of the state, county, and court, the term and at which the indictment is preferred, and must conclude against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. You see how that's a lowercase s? That's what I'm talking about. But if they are misrepresenting the people with a capital S, then they're in violation. They're in violation of this rule right here, right? But we haven't established what a court is under this. And I don't think they're going to give that term court. But you could always still take them to federal court and establish the rules of constructions there, right? Because that state with a capital S automatically going to turn into a territorial state under the federal jurisdiction. And then that's going to expose, them. It's going to expose how they improper before the court, right? Once you take them to a federal court, they're going to be improper before the court. And then, yeah, we're going to get everything dismissed there. But, right, when you filing a claim, right, this is how they supposed to come. So if they don't come like this, yeah, that's a tort. Yeah, you could come after them. And then, like I said, the professional rules of conduct still apply. The judicial rules, the judicial conduct still applies. Let them know, like, listen, oh, y'all committing some egregious misconduct right here, right? Or egregious neglect, whatever, gross negligence, whatever you want to call it. And we can't call it negligence because they must be competent. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. They cannot claim ignorance. Well, negligence is actually not ignorance. So yeah, they failed to neglect their duties. Yeah, so that is gross negligence, right? All right, so that's for Tennessee, and I'm a come back to Tennessee when it comes to the claims and all that, because I wanna show people how to file claims or where to find the rules you could read to file the claim. All right, because I'm not going through every state to show people where you could where the rules to file a claim into these courts in a court of claims or whatever the process or procedures it is for you to file a claim against a government official. Right? I'm not going to go through all the states, but I know I'm gonna do Tennessee. I'm gonna do the state of New York, and Alabama definitely need it. Like, yeah, we gonna poke holes in Alabama too. Look at Alabama, right? Look what they doing in Alabama now. Georgia is wicked. I couldn't really now, man. Georgia is airtight. You're going to have to take them to federal court to get things dismissed because they are not they oaths they oaths like the hold on, let me see if I can find it for you real quick. This is the oath like the lawyers and all lawyers and prosecutors take. Right here, right here, right? All right, so 2024 Code of Georgia, right? Title 15 Courts, Prosecuting Attorneys, General Provisions, Oath of Office. This is their oath. This is madness right here. I do swear that I will faithfully and impartially and without fear, favor, or affection discharge my duties as district attorney and will take only my lawful compensation. So help me God. Like, bro, like, what is your duties? What is your duties? We need to find out what's this district attorney duties is. I'm not gonna go through all this law to figure that out, but this oath right here is dangerous. And if Georgia allow that to consist, look at everybody. Anybody that go to Georgia, the master teachers, what happened to them? I ain't going to Georgia. I'm staying my ass in New York. Y'all niggas is crazy down there. Look what they doing to y'all down there. Y'all allowing this to exist. All because we don't follow the codes, or we don't deal with none of that. That won't be some commercial gurus, right? And then mad when you and mad when niggas get locked up and can't get out. Right? Y'all allow these judges and stuff to still exist. We need to change that policy. This right here, nah, we gotta change that. We gotta change that. Because all oaths supposed to be taken to support the Constitution. That's supposed to be the language within an oath. But hey, or it could be written somewhere in law within their duties. But it got to be in the oath, man. The oath is everything. But all right, that's that. Let's go to Alabama though, right? Let's go to Alabama. Let's poke holes in their procedures, cause like they violating down there, racist ass crackers. All right, here we go. All right, criminal procedure, general provisions, right? All right, let's see what it say. I mean, I was here earlier, but I gotta still scroll through it. I'm bugging. Nah, not this one. No, not that. I believe it's jurisdiction and venue. Let me see. General provisions. Nope, not that. Let's go to indictments. This is where I should have went first. General provisions, indictment defined. All right, here we go. An indictment is an accusation and writing presented by the grand jury of the county, charging a person with an indictable offense. All right, the distinction between. All right, nope. Presented by the grand jury. All right. Anyway, that's not the language I'm looking for. Formal defects is no construction of words. Dang, the hell, man. Required contents. There we go. Required contents. An indictment must contain in the caption or body thereof the name of the state, county, and court and time when it is preferred, and must conclude against the peace and dignity of the state of Alabama. What you mean? This gotta change. Nah, this gotta change right here. So all you folks in Alabama, get to work. You feel me? Get to work. Establish that precedence within federal court. This rule got to change because you're dealing with a slow state. All them niggas is slow. What do you mean? These niggas is slow. You feel me? So it should. Well, they racist as fuck though. But nonetheless, I mean, you should. I mean, someone should be able to outwit. Come on. Like, oh man, all right. I'm proceeding. I'm not even gonna poke no more holes in Alabama. We already established enough. I'm gonna go to Texas now, all right? Because these are places in urban cities. I wish I could have did Georgia, but listen, Georgia, you just gonna have to take that to federal court because Georgia is like the mecca for the indigenous, American people at this moment. That's why the laws is so, because people there are definitely smart. So they definitely gotta make the laws, write the laws a certain way where, it's gonna be hard. Because all I'm looking for is how they coming, what type of capacity they coming in. Now in the codes of Georgia, it's not saying how the district attorney is coming, but easy, we could still audit the paperwork and find out the capacity that they operate in. I mean, and even in the Rashad Jamal case, it say the state of Georgia with the capital S. So, that right there could be that wasn't a judicial proceeding. That was a legislative. So that court right there committed a writ of error. But anyway, we ain't gonna get into that, right? We might get into that later, along with the other cases, depending on how I'm feeling. All right, because I believe I already did 2 hours. 2 hours, close to 3 hours. This might go past 5 hours though. All right, let me continue. All right, so yeah, I think I poked enough holes in Alabama. So let's go to Texas, right? Let's go to Texas and see how they coming, how they representing the people. Construction, nope, not there. All right, right to representation, no, not that's not it. All right, let me see if I can go to this general duties. All right, so this is Texas dealing with child support. I'm gonna talk about child support later on, and yeah, we gonna step on all their necks when it comes to child support or C.P.S. Child Protective Services. We gonna get to title right, Title 4D, right? That's under Title 42. Yeah, we gonna step on the necks when it comes to that. All right, but first, let me just do this. All right, where is it, man? All right, definition. Let me see if criminal action. Ah, a criminal action is prosecuted in the name of the state of Texas. Well, they in violation too. So y'all gonna, and whenever it says whenever a procedural law allows them to bring an action like that, take it to federal court and get that, establish that precedence so they could represent the people in a judicial capacity. Because this is a legislative court right here, and they saying all criminal actions, right? Nah, all right. So whoever in Texas, commercial gurus, Moorish Americans, American Indians, whatever y'all call yourselves out there, yeah, fix that. Yeah, fix that. All right, because the more we could keep them honest, the closer we get to reparations. And some Moors don't even care about it. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I care about reparations, but do I need it? No, I don't need it. But it's off a principle. It's off a principle. A debt must be paid. A debt must be paid, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which way it's paid. It's still gonna get paid. It's going to get paid regardless. I don't even care. Like, but yeah, so yeah, criminal action. Well, yeah, they're in violation, so I don't need to poke them no more holes. You know, that's it. What more you need to know? Once they misrepresent the people, they are operating under the color of law, and then all you got to do is find out what else they violating. I already gave you the judicial rules of conduct. I mean, the judicial conduct and the how the DA is supposed to act, and that goes all across. So you could get them just off of this rule. This is a tort. When they bring an action like this, that's a tort. That's a tort right there. That's crazy. All right, let's go to All right, fine. We're gonna go to PA. I haven't did PA yet, so I probably could find it quick though. I probably could find it quick. Well, Pennsylvania, right? Let's go to Pennsylvania real quick. Pennsylvania, criminal crimes and offenses, procedures. We gotta go to procedures. So where's that? Where's that? Dang, what the hell? Excuse me, I just be skipping stuff. Crimes and offenses. It probably be at crimes and offenses, but let me just scroll down real quick just to make sure. Fraud statutes. Nope, not that. All right, law and justice. It could be there as well, right? Oh no, judiciary and all right, there we go. Procedures, right? We don't care about the history. Well, history is important. I'm speaking ignorantly. All right, definitions. All right, let's see. Any action at law or in equity, right? No, we don't want to. Court includes any one or more of the judges of the court who are authorized by general rule or rule of court or by law or usage to exercise the powers of the court in the name of the court. It does not denote judicial. All right? So it's not saying these courts are judicial. They're being vague. All right? But that's okay because our default setting is if it's a capital S, we know it's legislative, and if it's a lowercase s, we know it's judicial. That's the default setting. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right, a judge includes the justice of the Supreme Court, except with respect to the power to select a president or administrative judge. All right, a president or administrative judge is it probably don't be a judicial judge, right? It's probably don't be a judicial judge. I don't think an administrative judge is a judicial judge. So the term judge don't denotes a judicial officer. All right, judicial and related account. All right, no, not that. Judicial branch. The judicial branch specified in Section 10C of Article 5 of the Constitution of Pennsylvania. All right, cool. Judicial officers. All right, judges. All right. All right. So here's saying judicial officers, right, means judges, magisterial district judges, and appointive judicial officers. But we already know if this, listen, how you already know if it's a judicial setting, I already told you. Because in order for them to use that word judicial, it got to be a lowercase s. So if these judges, so-called judicial officers, right, is allowing a district attorney to represent with the capital S, then they don't meet this. They are not judges because judicial officers includes all judges, magistrate, district judges, and appointed judicial officers. So all judges are judicial officers. And if they're not establishing a judicial court, then guess what? These judges are not judicial officers. They are not judicial because judicial denotes having judicial authority. But if you're establishing legislative courts, nah, you don't have judicial authority. All right. So that's one thing right there. All right. So I wanna find out how to. All right. Let's see what state means when used in reference to the different parts of the United States. Includes the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and organized territories and possessions of the United States. So here, state is defined, right? So their whole judicial system is under these states. These states are applicable to their judicial system, all right? And it doesn't include the states of it don't include the Union State of Pennsylvania, all right? Because the Union State of Pennsylvania is not a territory or possession of the United States. It's not the District of Columbia, right? It's not the Virgin Islands, and it's not the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. All right? So all these courts are legislative unless there's a real party in interest. Case closed. I don't need to even poke no more holes. I don't need to poke no more holes. That's it. But I'm pretty sure there's more defects. And I'm going to leave it for you to find them if you're in this state. That's your job. All right? I believe I gave you enough to handle your business and stand on sovereign business. But only the God's gonna prevail. Only the God's gonna prevail because this is a lot of information, right? And only a sound mind gonna be able to process it. All right, I'm gonna proceed. And I don't have a good mic, so yeah, sometimes I sound louder than others because sometimes I'm raising my voice and sometimes I'm just speaking regular. All right, so sorry if I sound low sometimes, and sorry if I just sound all of a sudden mad loud because I do project my voice. All right, let's go to another state. Actually, we don't even need to go to no more any other states. You understand what you got to look for in the procedures. It's that simple. You know what you need to look for and poke holes in their procedures. And I just did it all through like 4 different states. All right. So I'm gonna proceed. Now let's proceed. Right. What we addressing next? The term federal statutes, which is federal law, right? So let's talk about the term federal statutes, right? This is a term given in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Now, I told you all these federal laws is only applicable within the District of Columbia if they defined in state with a capital S within a title, right? District of Columbia, the laws is local to the District of Columbia, right? Just like New York got its own local laws, right? Same thing as District of Columbia got their own local laws. I'm gonna give you the definition of federal statutes right now. All right, so Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Where you at? Where you at? I know you're here somewhere. All right, I guess I could just Google it. Let me just Google it. All right, here we go. Let me see. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Federal Rules of civil procedure, right? All right, let's go all the way down. All right, I believe it's supplemental rules for, nope, not that. Scope of rules, supplemental rules for admiralty or maritime claims and asset forfeiture actions, general provisions, jurisdiction and venue, rules by district court judges, applicability of rules in general. All right, so I believe this is it right here. Let's see if I'm right. Because it got a whole lot of definitions. All right, let's see the definitions for, all right. State law, right, defined. When these rules refer to state law, the term law includes the state's statutes and the state's judicial decisions. State defined, the term state, you see it's a lowercase and not the capital, includes, where appropriate, the District of Columbia and any United States Commonwealth or territory. So even state, actually, even though I have a lowercase s, we already know the District of Columbia is not a state, and any United States Commonwealths or territories are not considered states. So even this state right here is inaccurate according to the rules of statutory construction. Federal statute defined in the District of Columbia. So in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, the term federal statute includes any act of Congress that applies locally to the district. Hmm? You means federal statute means and includes any act of Congress that applies locally to the district. Did it say nationally? Or so we got international means, right? Countries and countries, right? The laws, international law, right, covers countries, right? And then you got national law covers one country. And then you got local laws is what covers villages and cities. So we talking about locally to the district. It says it applies locally to the district. Federal statutes includes any act of Congress that applies locally to the district. So all federal statutes are for, it applies locally to the district. Unless I'm reading it wrong. Hey, if I'm reading it wrong, then, hey, please correct me. You know, shit, I ain't got no ego. I ain't worrying about it. And this is all about growth, right? This is all about growth. So, hey, if it's wrong, then, hey, please help me out. All right, so I'm gonna proceed with that. So yeah, bang. So I'm gonna touch on capacity, right? Because I forgot to expound further on that on a federal level. Because when I was speaking, I believe that let me see. I believe I explained that, right? Did I? Yeah, I already explained it. So I believe I explained how we are all still American nationals and American citizens, right? So when you are bringing an action in the federal domain, right, you always want to do this, right? When you bring the action against the state, you always got to file, you got to motion, you got to raise your defenses, all right? And your defenses is at 12B. How to present every defense to a claim for relief and any pleading must be asserted in the responsive pleading if one is required. But a party may assert the following defenses by motion: lack of subject matter, lack of personal jurisdiction, improper venue, right? Insufficient process, right? Failure to state a claim. That's how they come against us. Every time, failure to state a claim. That's because you gotta file a claim within your state first. And when they make a decision, after they make a decision, if it's adverse against you, then you take that claim to the federal court. And that's how they can't, you know, get you for failure to state a claim. Shout out to Hannibal L for that. I believe it was Hannibal L that gave that information. And he's an honorable Moor, right? I believe it was him. All right, let me proceed, right? So that's another thing. You gotta raise that defense. But also you gotta convey that, yeah, right? If you got someone from the District of Columbia trying to sue you, right? They don't have the capacity to sue you because only someone uh you only can sue by the laws of an individual's domicile. So you could only be sued by the laws of your state. If you in your state, you feel me? All right. If you in your state, like for instance, no one from Florida can impose Florida laws on someone from New York. All right? You can't do that. So that's what this is saying right here. For an individual who is not acting in a representative capacity by laws of the individual states, that's how they got to be sued. For a corporation, by the law under which it was organized. See, all these, for instance, like the legislative courts, you know, they are acting under legislative authority. That caption is property of the District of Columbia. That caption was created for the sole purpose of legislative functions within the District of Columbia, right? So that corporation, that instrumentality, which is stated under 28 USC 3001 15A, I believe. Well, it's a part of the A. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can research it for yourself. But yeah, it states that it's an instrumentality. So these territorial states, right, property of the District of Columbia, yeah, they can't sue you if that corporation can't sue you because it's not in your jurisdiction. You feel me? They don't have the capacity to sue you like that. Only way they can sue you is coming under the capacity of, you know, the lowercase s that represents the people. That's the only way they could sue you. If they're gonna sue you in a legislative capacity, there got to be a contract involved. And we already know all these agents' contracts are null and void because it's full of misnomers, right? That's created for these territorial states. But they are forming these misnomers on applications by way of connotative language, right? And misrepresenting the people, right? That's a violation. That's a federal law violation. What is it? 108, Title 18, USC 1001, right? Title 18, 1001. Let's go to that. Where's that? Bang. Fraud, statements, or entries generally, right? Except as otherwise provided in this section, whoever in any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States knowingly and willfully falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device of material fact, makes any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statements or representation, or makes or use any false writing or document knowing the same to contain any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or entry, right? That will be a lot of applications. And that will be what the prosecutors are doing on the documents as well. Now, here's what it says in this part B. Subsection A does not apply to a party of a judicial proceeding or that party's counsel for statements, representations, writings, or documents submitted by such party or counsel to a judge or magistrate in that proceeding. See, this is how the DA probably could get away. But It doesn't apply to a judicial proceeding. If they misrepresenting the people, it's not a judicial proceeding. So therefore, this applies. So you got to prove that it's not a judicial proceeding. And if they misrepresenting the people, they haven't established a court that will grant them judicial power. All right. So yeah, that's how you could tear that away, right? Yeah. See, this gives them immunity, but you see how I just stripped away that immunity? Yeah. So we got to learn to articulate. But in order to articulate this information, it got to be in your heart. You got to remember this. You got to know it. You got to know what you're talking about. All right. You got to know what you're talking about. All right. I'm gonna proceed. All right. So yeah, remember that. Right. That's all these governments. This is what they're doing. Every agency, every court proceeding, this is what's happening. I just showed you. So all you lawyers out there that haven't committed any misconduct yet, ooh, yeah, get them. Become the new DAs, right? And become the new judges, and help fix this nation. Because right now, this nation, this what these judges and prosecutors are doing is creating a national security risk. This is what they create in a national security risk, because now all of them are not government officials, which means anybody could come in and, you know, get them out of office and then get and assert their own agenda. Imagine if someone did that on a mass level. Like, I mean, we could do it and make things right, but another group could also do it. You feel me? And then do something wrong. That's a national security risk right there. All right. So yeah, we got to get on top of this. All right. On to the next situation. Well, let me see. So I hope you understand your capacity. All right. How you gotta come within the federal courts. You gotta put in writing that the state of whatever it is. If it's a capital S, you gotta let them know like, oh, they a citizen of the District of Columbia, created out of Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2, which have no standing within the state of New York, and therefore have no capacity to sue. Right? And once you establish that precedence and get that dismissed, and then you file that claim. Yeah. All right. So now let me move on to the next. All right. So I already showed you what that means. We already touched more on capacity and all that. All right. So now we're going to torts and claims. All right. I'm gonna do Tennessee and New York, and I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help other states. See, help them. Find the section that got the rules how they could so they could the section with the rules that shows them how they could commence an action against public officials. All right. So I'm gonna start with New York first. All right. Let me start with New York because I'm from New York. So in order to file a claim against uh, an issue, no, you know what? In New York, there's two types of ways to file claims. If you file a claim against an agency, you gotta the rules for that. The rules for that is under the general municipal law. All right, and let me find that right quick. General municipal law, New York general municipal law. Right. 50E, notice of claim, right? You got to file a notice of claim with the Secretary of State. So, right, this is the process for filing a claim. Remember, this is only the process. It's not showing you how to write out the claim. You got to also know how to word your claim, and that's another process. That's something you got to study. You feel me? I can't teach you everything, but this is how you file a claim and all that for New York, right? So this is but this is for agencies, right? This is for agencies. Now, if you want to file a claim on a judicial official, you're going to have to go to the Court of Claims, right? Court, New York. Yeah, all right. You got to follow the Court of Claims for New York, right? Court of Claims rules for New York, right? Let me see if it's going to pop up for New York. It should, because I'm from New York. See? Uniform rules for the Court of Claims. All right, so New York State Unified System got its own rules for the Court of Claims. That's on judicial people. But if you're going through the agency, you gotta file a claim with the state, and you gotta serve the corporation and the state. Well, it shows you all that the procedures in the claim. But if you're going against a court personnel, you gotta file it like this, and these are all the rules right here. You gotta learn them. You feel me? It's not that much. It's really not that much. You think it's gonna take you a week to read all this? Look at this. This should only take at least 3 hours the most. 3 hours the most. Now, as far as and knowing how to articulate the rules and all that, you gotta be patient with yourself, all right? You gotta be patient with yourself. So I'm gonna jump over to Tennessee real quick, all right? All right. Let me jump over to Tennessee real quick. Because there's some crazy stuff happening in Tennessee too with the Department of Social Service. Uh, all right. Tennessee codes. Where's Tennessee? All right. So what we want to go down to? Damn, I actually forgot. I think I forgot what title it was under. I mean, you always could Google it, right? Google's your best friend. All right. Tennessee. Uh, let's see. Claims. Tennessee Claims Commission rules, right? We could go here and then we will be guided to go other places. But all right, let's see the rules of the Tennessee Claims Commission. All right, so they got their commission. So you got to file a claim with the commission, right? That's what it's looking like. All right, but let's see where it's at in the regulations. So we got Tennessee compilation of rules and regulations, Claims Commission, right? So Tennessee Rules of Regulations. Then we're gonna go to Claims Commission, which is 310, right? Rules and Procedures. So these are the rules for filing a claim. Proceedings before the Tennessee Claims Commission shall be conducted pursuant to the Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedure. All right. So it's a civil action, right? So you got to follow the Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedure. And subsequent amendments and interpretations were applicable, except where specifically modified by these rules. Modifications, all right, anyway. Let me see. These rules shall govern a procedure of the Tennessee Claims Commission. These rules shall be construed to secure the just, speedy, and inexpensive determination of every action where a judge appears in Tennessee, what the TRCP? Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedure? Yeah, that's what that is. Or rules of evidence. It shall include the commissioners of the Claims Commission, where court appears in Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedures or Rules of Evidence, it shall include the Claims Commissions. All right, so I don't understand what that means, but I guess I gotta do more studying. All right, so all other claims, right? So you got tax claims, and then B, you got all other claims. All other actions are commenced by filing a written notice of claim, which is TCA section 98402 for requirements, right? With the Division of Claims and Risk Management. So this is where you gotta file your claims at. All right, see, from the Division of Claims and Risk Management to the Claims Commission. A claim proceeds from the Division of Claims and Risk Management to the Claims Commission after the time period set out in TCA section 9A402C by either transfer from the Division of Claims and Risk Management, no action required by claimant, or by filing with the Claims Commission. Claimant is required to act within a time limit set out in TCA section 98402C. Procedure before the Claims Commission. Small claims proceeding on an affidavit. All right, a small claims, nah. CICA, pro se, small docket, or pro se, what? No. Or other claims. When a Division of Claims and Risk Management has transferred a claim to the Claims Commission, or when a plaintiff files with the Claims Commission on an appeal from a denied claim, then the clerk will notify all parties or their counsel in the Attorney General's office, which commission is assigned to hear the action within 30 days of the receipt of the notification of assignment of a commissioner. The claimant shall file a complaint which complies with Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedure 8 and 10. If such complaint has already been filed with the Division of Claims and Risk Management, then this requirement is satisfied. So the best thing to do is file it with the Division of Claims and Risk Management, so you ain't got to do extra stuff, right? Accepting claims transferred by the Division of Claims and Risk Management when moving from the Division of Claims and Risk Management to the Tennessee Claims Commission per C. The Division of Claims and Risk Management provides notice of appeal forms which may be used. So forms you got. These forms are not required. All right, it's not required, but are especially helpful for small claims, D1. An easy procedure for a claim where a complainant complying with TRCP 8 and 10 was filed with the Division of Claims and Risk Management is to use a notice of appeal form and attach a copy of the original complainant to it. It sounds like it's easier to file a small claim than probably like any other claim. And if you could establish in a small claim that the defendant or the respondent is at fault, then you can also take that small claim to a larger court and get them for more. That's how I look at it. All right, so 3. Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedure Rule 4, Committee Commitment. The rule on summons is retained for use by the state when bringing in third parties and the like. The summons is not used by original claimants, so you ain't got to use summons. Now, when you filing a claim in federal court, yeah, you got to file that motion or that claim, and you also got to follow the rules of summoning. The party. So you gotta when you're in federal court, even your pleadings, all your pleadings got to be numbered. So if you making alleging facts, or all your facts on the affidavit, of course we know we got to number an affidavit, but an affidavit is just another form of pleading, right? So you could either plead on the affidavit or plead on another, or plead on a motion and still have an affidavit, but when you are pleading, it got to be numbered. All right. So that's something to know, even though that's not in this what I'm talking about now, but that's something to think of if you are, commencing actions within federal court. Please read them rules, because you don't want to be declared incompetent. Once you are declared incompetent, then yeah, the judge is gonna shit on you. The lawyer is gonna shit on you. You can't even represent yourself no more in court. That's awful. That's losing your sovereignty. Like, you are literally losing your sovereignty. All right, let me proceed. All right. All right. So these are the rules for this. Let me go over to TCA. Right. I believe it's either 28. Hold on. Committee is added. Balance of state. What was that? All right. So we gonna go over here. What it says right here. Let's go to this 98402. Let's see. Tennessee. What is it? Yeah, I think it's in the Tennessee codes. Let me see. I'm gonna just Google it. All right. TCA. Well, yeah, section 9. Uh, Man, I forgot already, right? Yeah. Forgot already, man. God dang. Hold on, what's that? What the hell? All right, let me see if it's in. Is it Title 9? Nope. I believe it's 29. All right, yeah. Anyway, right here. I'm bugging. We ain't even gotta go through all that other stuff. But I believe you still. I think that's like the rules. I gotta find out what that is. All right. So remedies and special proceedings pertaining to you know, filing your tort claim against the state. Application. Nope. 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 We don't want to do that. Let me see. I don't know. Is it here? God dang. All right. Tort liability. Yeah, I'm in the wrong. Yeah, it's definitely under the claims. Where the hell it was though? God damn. Is it statutes of frauds? Let me see. No action shall be brought to charge an executor, to charge the defender. No, it's not what we're looking for. All right, governmental tort liability. Ah, I'm slow. All right, general provisions, right? Let's see. This chapter shall be known and cited as the Tennessee Governmental Tort Liability Act. Chapter and definitions. Claim means any claim. Employee means and includes any official, whether elected or appointed. You see how I say whether elected or appointed? That's exactly the same language they use in Title 26, the Internal Revenue Codes, when defining an employee. Officer, employee, or servant, or any member of any board, agency, or commission, whether or any officer, employee, or servant thereof of a government entity, including the sheriff and the sheriff's employees, and further including regular members of voluntary or auxiliary firefighting, police, or emergency assistance organizations. Governmental entity means any political subdivision of the state of Tennessee. You see how state is spelled, right? But not limited to any municipality. But I'm not going to read all this. All right. So this is what employee means. You want to state in your claim that they are an employee within the meaning of this title, all right? Within the meaning of this definition right here, they are considered an employee because you're establishing. That's what you're establishing. You're establishing status. You know, you got to establish. What type of capacity they was operating under, and how. That's why they are being held liable because they are required to operate in a certain way or in a certain conduct which they didn't, right? They was operating in excess of their authority, you feel me, as an employee, which an employee is not required to do. I'm not sure if I'm articulating it properly, but it's somewhat like that, right? All right, definition of government employee or for tort liability purposes. All right. So now let's look at that. Any person who is not an elected or appointed official or a member of a board, agency, or commission shall not be considered an employee of a governmental entity for purposes of this chapter unless the court specifically finds that all of the following elements exist. So anybody that's not elected or appointed, right, official, or a member of a board, agency, or commission shall not be considered an employee. We already know what the definition of employee means, unless the elements here exist. Now let's go over the elements. The governmental entity itself selected and engaged the person in question to perform services. Like for instance, like when I go to the Department of Services, right, they got SSJ, which is a contractor of the Department of Services. Well, they will be considered an employee under this, because the governmental entity, the Department of Services, right, or the commissioner thereof, selected and engaged that uh that uh that entity, right, in question to perform services, right? Same way. So if there's a private contractor saying, "Oh, I'm not a part of government," well, if you got an agreement with the government, guess what? You're an employee of the government, and therefore it's over for you, buddy. Yeah, we got to step on your neck. You, nah, you not gonna be alright. I was gonna say you be alright, but nah, we gonna make sure you not alright. How about that? Yeah. Alright. The governmental entity itself is liable for the payment of compensation for the performance of such services, and a person receives all of such person's compensation directly from the payroll department of the government. So if they're on the payroll department of the government, right? So as long as you can establish, that the government got these folks on payroll, or there's some type of contract involved that's giving these private contractors the authority to act how they act. Oh yeah, they are considered an employee. All right. All right. So a governmental entity's reservation of the right to approve employment or terminate employment by any contract, agreement, or other means. Or all right, what I'm reading, I don't think. All right. No governmental entity may extend the immunity granted by this chapter to independent contractors or other persons or entities by contract, agreement, or other means, nor shall the doctrine of borrowed servants operate to make any person a governmental entity employee for the purpose of immunity who does not otherwise meet all of the elements set out in this section. You see that? Independent contractors don't have no immunity. Well, look at that. Hold on, let me read this. Let me just read it. Governmental entities' reservation of the right to approve employment or terminate employment by any contract, agreement, or other means, or such entity's ability to control or direct a person not otherwise an irregular employee of such entity shall not operate to make a person an employee of such entity for the purpose of the immunity granted by this chapter unless such person otherwise qualifies as an employee according to this section. All right, we got that understood. A regular member of a voluntary or auxiliary firefighting, police, or emergency assistance organization of a governmental entity shall be considered to be an employee of that governmental entity for the purposes of this chapter without regard to the elements set forth in subsection A. See, now all this is different from New York State. New York State, it's way easier to file a claim within New York State than to file a claim because now there's a lot of technicalities within this. It's not too many technicalities within New York State law. All right. All right. So these are, I guess it's explaining all this. So once you establish whether that department is an employee or not, we could proceed, right? So immunity of emergency communication. So this applies to emergency communications situations, all right? So we ain't gonna go into that unless you made a call and they acted negligently or they ain't acted how they was required to by law when you made an emergency call, whether it's to an ambulance or fire department, police department. That's what that and more. You just got to read that section. Immunity of local education agencies employees from. All right, that's different. No employee liability for attempts to maintain order. That's something different. All right. So, all right. So that's really it with this. As long as you can establish that they are an employee, and then you poke holes on the rules and procedures that they violated, your claim should be good. All right. Yeah, bring up all the misconduct, the lawyer's misconduct, the judge's misconduct. If a lawyer is representing, like for instance, I believe under the social services, lawyers represent the kids. The lawyers that's representing the kids are still misrepresenting the kids. Yeah, they got to get it to all the lawyers. Yeah, drag them all in. Yeah, we got you, right? All right. So long as you can establish that the agency is an employee of the government, and then after you establish that, then you could kill the immunity with this Supreme Court case right here, right? This is how you kill the immunity, right? First, you establish that they was acting as an employee, but while they was acting as an employee, they are required to do this, and they failed to do that, right? And by them failing to do that, right? The office may be sued only if he acts in excess of his authority or in violation of the Constitution, for then he ceases to represent the government. He loses immunity, right? And technically, that title is only for employees and government officials. But this right here, this right here establishes, right? When you cite this Supreme Court decision right here, it establishes that if you're not government, how can the government give you immunity? Articulate this case law right here within your complaint. Strip them of their immunity by proving that they acted in excess of their authority. And since they acted in excess of authority, they cease to represent that office. And that office has immunity only if that person within that office is complying with the rules and regulations. All right. So that's kind of like the understanding for that. I guess I might go uh, a little bit more on it probably like after I get through all these other subjects. All right. So the you gotta for a tort or claim, right? This is a tort. This is what a tort means. Cause I forget what a tort is too, right? So I ain't gonna act like I remember everything. It's too much. It's a lot to remember, so you can't remember like. I mean, you could remember, but like uh verbatim, nah, you're not. All right, so let's go here, right? Damn, what the hell I was about to do? How the hell I lose my thought? Let me go back to this. Torts and claims. All right, tort definition. Tort meaning. All right. So this is what a tort is. A wrongful act on infringement of a right, leading to civil legal liability. Right? Public nuisance is a crime as well as a tort. All these motherfucking judges, lawyers, agencies, they are public nuisances. They are a nuisance to the public because they are not complying with the laws and they operate under the color of law. They all are a nuisance to the public. So yeah, put that in the language. Make sure you write that to all these legislators and all that. Why are they allowing all these agencies to be nuisance to the public? All right. All right, so let's get into HUD first, all right? Housing Urban Development. Now, I'm about to break it down. This is how you could get housing, all right? It doesn't matter about your income. Remember, this is it's low income housing, right? So this is what it says. Let's break down. Let's break it down, right? Let's break down the law. So we're gonna go to 42 USC. USC 1437. 1437, all right? Let's just go there. So before I read this, I want to read Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, right? Because I'm going to help you see this title more clearly. Let me just Google it. Here's what it says, right? Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Grants Congress the power to exercise exclusive legislative control over a federal district, right? That's the District of Columbia, not exceeding 10 miles square, right? That's where President could exercise his authority, where he could unleash the National Guards, right? 10 miles square. That's not even a whole Washington state. He only could do it within 10 miles square, which is the federal district. That's all he could do that at. So the governor of the state, she should have still said that. She said, whoa, your jurisdiction is 10 miles square within the District of Columbia, right? Because we got the citizens in the District of Columbia, and then we also got the government got their own section within the District of Columbia, right? So it's two districts within that district. We got the foreign state District of Columbia, which includes the citizens, and then we got the government District of Columbia, which is 10 miles square, right? That becomes the nation's capital. Who is the nation? Let's go back to the map, right? This is the nation, includes the 50 states. The nation, right? So when we read this title right here, right, which is 14, oh, where the hell is it at? I got too much stuff open. I know it's somewhere. Anyway, let me just. All right, so we're gonna go to 42, and then we're gonna go to 8, and then we're gonna go to 37. Whoa, hold on. Oh, now I'm tweaking. I'm doing something. All right, hold on. Is it this? All right, there we go. All right, yep. We're gonna go right here. Right, General Program of Assisted Housing. Here's their policy. You know, in every title, they give a policy. You best to read it to see what's they saying. And here's what it's saying in this policy. Public policy, right? Public policy is not law. All right, so it is the policy of the United States. And they give the definition of state where, right? Bang. It doesn't include the states of, you feel me, the states of the union, right? Because it have that capital S. And this is found at 42 U.S. Section 1437A B7. All right. So whatever rules that they got going on in this is only applicable to the territorial states and not states of the union. You got to understand that. And so all their housing applications, right? Yeah, full of misnomers. But I told you that already. So all right. So it is the policy of the United States to promote the general welfare of the nation. Who is the nation, right? You already know who the nation is from reading Article 1, Section 3, Section 8, Clause 17. We are the nation, the foreign states. The foreign states are the nation, all right? That's what you need to know. But look what they saying they're doing of the nation, right? To promote the general welfare of the nation by imploring the funds and credit of the nation. They're using our credit to fund these states. That's not even, you feel me, unions, a part of the states of the union. So what they are saying, they're taking our credit, which is our property, right? And we are not being compensated. We are not being compensated. This is public use. So they're saying they're taking our property, right? The funds and credit, and they're using it for public use to assist these states. These states are not a part of the states of the union. That's a constitutional violation. Yeah, we got to do something about that, right? Yeah, so we got to get to that. All right. So let's poke some more holes in HUD because they think they slick. So clearly they're in violation of the Fifth Amendment. All right, let's see what else they're in violation of, right? Let's see who's required to who's required to report income, rental payments, right? Family included, rent options, dwelling units assisted under this chapter shall be rented only to families who are low income families at the time of their initial occupancy of such units. Now, it says reviews of family income shall be made, right? That's all you even need to know. Let's define family, right? Anyway, it doesn't even matter. We already know the states that this title is applicable to. So if this state is if the title is not applicable to the states of the unions, that means any definitions defined in here is not applicable to the states of the union. It's a misnomer, right? All the people that's a part of the territorial states are government agents. Are we not under the Emergency Bankruptcy Act? Is there not a trust? Are there not trustees that's supposed to be handling this business for us? Right? That's what they supposed to be doing. They supposed to be paying these bills and all that, not us. You feel me? All right. In order, we gonna dissect all this. All right. We gonna dissect all this. So, can you be considered a family? We got to define family. We already know under this chapter or this title, we can't be considered a family, right? But let's go to 32. Uh, hold on. Title 42. Now we gotta go to 32, right? 36. 3602, I believe it is. Right? Department of Housing, Urban and Development. Nope. Fair housing. All right. Fair housing. Bang. Definitions. Hold on. Let's go to Declaration of Policy first. Right? It is the policy of the United States to provide within constitutional limitations. Right? That's all we need to know within constitutional limitations. Let's define state. State means any of the several states. That's a territorial state. So even under this part right here, right, the definition of state is not applicable to the states of the Union. So let's go further to the other definitions. Family includes a single individual. But individual is not defined under this title. But since we're dealing with a government agency, we got to go to Title 5 because government agencies keep records, right? So let's go to Title 5. Five, all right? The agencies, where we right here, administrative procedures, right? How they administrate whatever's going on. All right. So let's go right here. 552A. Records maintained on individuals. So if an agency is calling you an individual, this is what they mean right here. So if they define a family, and within the definition of family, individual is included, then you gotta, this is what it means right here, because they're keeping a record on you. So it means a citizen of the United States, right? We are not citizens of the United States. It's impossible for us to be a citizen of every state. We only could be an American citizen or a citizen of the state you live in. Everything else, we are nationals because we have allegiance, not residency. All right? That's what you need to understand. But even when you define state under this title, which we are, if it doesn't include the states of the Union, how can you be a citizen then? If the definition of state doesn't include states of the Union. So let's define state under this title, right? $500. State means a state. You see how it's a capital S? A territory or possession of the United States, including a commonwealth or the District of Columbia. Commonwealths are not states of the Union. All right? So therefore, it's not applicable. I know New York State don't got no commonwealth. And even if it did, it wouldn't be considered this commonwealth. So let's see what state means. State means a state, a territory or possession of the United States, including Commonwealth or the District of Columbia. We already know. It has a capital S, so we already know it's a state of the United States, which is defined at 28 U.S.C. 1332E. That state of the United States. Whatever, which means it includes territories, possessions of the United States, right? Including the Commonwealth, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia. So can you be an individual under this title? No. So if you can't be an individual under this title, that means you can't be considered a family under this section right here, right? That means you can't be a family. You can't be a person because a person includes one or more individuals. You're not a corporation, but you're not an individual. So you're not a person either, right? State means any of the several states. It's a capital S. It's not applicable to the states of the Union. So on these applications, when they say, oh, give family income, what? First of all, since families are required to report income, that means that definition is not applicable to me. I'm from the state of a union. That's what you need to understand. And until you get that concept, you might not, you're gonna keep falling into their traps. All right, I'm gonna proceed. Um, so That's something for you to understand. All right. Now, we have lawyers. We have lawyers, right, that represents these public housing authorities. So we got to let these lawyers know, like, whoa, are you competent? Because right now, you're allowing these misnomers to form within the jurisdiction of the State of the Union. That's fraud. That's deception. That's a violation of 18 U.S.C. 1001. That's a tort. You have a claim, right? And how do you file claims? Matter of fact, what's the civil liability? Let's look up the civil liability. What's the civil liability, right? So let's see if it is it in. All right, yep. We're gonna go to 1437Z of Title 42. Z, right? Where's Z at? Z1, I mean. Civil money penalties against Section 1437F owners, which is Section 8. Public housing is still a part of Section 8. That's a lot of people don't know that though. Yeah, public housing. All right, so violations. A penalty may be imposed under this section for a knowing and material breach of a housing assistance payment contract, including the following: failure to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing pursuant to Section 8, right, which is this side. So if housing, right, if you put in work orders and housing ain't doing their job, yeah, you can file a complaint against them. That's a violation. And B, knowing or willful submission of false, fictitious, or fraudulent statements. Don't they submit these applications to the Secretary of State? So they are knowingly submitting these fraudulent applications. They are inducing you to fill out these applications because they're saying if you don't put the income, if you don't tell me who your employer is, then you ain't going to be able to get housing. So you are induced to commit this fraud, right? Fraud and inducement. Let's look it up. And inducement. This is what all of them is doing. Every agency. Fraudulent inducement is a legal claim asserting that one party was tricked into signing a contract through a false statement or misrepresentation of a material fact by the other party. Right? To prove this, the claimant must show a false material representation by the defendant. Applications that have misnomers like family, right, income. These are definitions that's not applicable to the states of the union. Yeah, deceptive practice, pre-contractual fraud, false representation, right? Knowledge or reckless disregard. So when you write a letter to the lawyer, whoa, you violating such and such law. You are required to be competent to display professional competence, and if you can't represent that client. Yeah, we gotta let them know they can't represent that client if they're incompetent, and we will know if they're competent or not because we know the law. All right, let's proceed. Hold on real quick. Anyway, let me just go ahead real quick. Go back. Right. So that's the violation. Amount of Amount of penalty. The amount of penalty imposed for a violation under this subsection, as determined by the Secretary, may not exceed $25,000 per violation. So, for instance, you under contract. Someone is already under contract, right? Under these lease agreements, and every time they send in a statement, a mailing statement talking about you owe such and such, the tenant owes such and such. Let's define tenant, because they saying you owe. That's a false statement. That's a fraudulent statement. Because who is required to pay rent? Tenants. Tenants are the only people that's required to pay rent. And who are tenants? We're about to find out right now. If I can find it. All right, so it's 24 CFR, right? 9. Let me see. It's, nope. All right, so housing and urban development, it's under regulations. So it's all the way under procedures, 996. All right, let me just Google it. All this shit don't take long. Might as well just Google everything. Google. All right. 24 CFR 966. Let's just start there, I believe. Let's just start there. So this is under the grievance procedure, right? Oh, nah, let's not go there. Go to a different one. So this is under the grievance procedures, right? And they got definitions under the grievance procedures. Bang. Right? Tenant shall mean the adult person. We already know what person means under the law, right? Who resides in a unit and who executed the lease with the PHA as leasee of the dwelling unit, or if no such person now resides in a unit. Who reside anyway? It doesn't matter who reside in the unit. Oh, this right here, this whole title right here is applicable, right? We got to define state. Let's define state first. Bang. So the definitions within this whole section right here is not applicable to the states of the union. So even if all this, say who lives in it, it doesn't even matter who lives in a unit, because this whole thing is only applicable to the territorial states. Now you probably like, oh, so if it's only applicable to the territorial states, so we can't use it then. We can't use the law. Excuse me? Equal protection of law? That's in New York State, I believe. And that's a federal law. So let's look it up in New York State first. Equal protection of law clause, right? New York State Constitution. New York State Constitution. Equal protection of law. So we're gonna go up to the Bill of Rights, which is Article 1, right? Anyway, right? Bill of Rights is Article 1. So let's scroll down. All right, where's the clause at? Equal protection of law. It's somewhere in here. Oh, hold on. Nope. Keep going down. Go down some more. All right, Bill of Rights, Article 1, Equal Protection Clause. Let's see where it's at. Because it's somewhere. Right? Equal protection of laws. Discrimination and civil rights prohibited. No person shall be denied the equal protection of laws of this state or any subdivision thereof. No person shall, because of race, color, ethnicity, national origin, right? So what you will be thinking, right? We can't apply these grievance procedures because it's only applicable to those territorial states. But under New York State Constitution and under federal law, they can't discriminate against your national origin. So even though it's for territorial states, they operating off of our credit. I already showed you that, right? So them benefits is for us too, right? So that's discrimination against national origin if the benefits is only for the territorial states. That's discrimination against national origin, right? And if they tell you you gotta be represented as a family, well, guess what? That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment because you have a right to be secured in your person. And by them labeling you a family, that definition, which is not applicable to the states of the Union, that automatically putting you in their jurisdiction and under their laws, which is a violation, operating under the color of law. That's colorable. They putting a name on you to get funds from you, right? So yeah, it doesn't matter if you got $1 million. Yeah, you still could get housing because who's required? Families are required to report income. But low income. Low income means no income. Do you even make income? No, you don't. Because income is defined under the federal regulations 26, right? CFR 1.61.1. All right? This is gross income means all income from whatever sources derived unless excluded by law. Gross income means all income. Keep that in mind. And then here, foreign estate, the term foreign estate means an estate, the income of which from sources without the United States, which is not effectively connected with the conduct of a trade or business within the United States, is not included in gross income under subtitle A. So therefore, your income is not considered income because you have a foreign estate. You have a foreign state, which makes your estate foreign, right? From sources without the United States. We already know United States mean the District of Columbia. Trade or business, right? You got to be, is not effectively connected with a trade or business. What trade or business means? A public office. The term trade or business includes the performance of the functions of a public office. Now, some people probably say, oh, but it says includes, right? Now, let me help you with rules of statutory construction, right? Because that matters. Rules of statutory construction matters, right? So when they use the term includes, they got to further express what includes means, right? If they saying anything else mean, all right? So I'm gonna further explain to you right now. Let me give you a definition. I'm gonna give you a definition right now. Right here. Expressio unis es exclusion ulterius, whatever the hell that means. All right. A maximum of statutory interpretation, meaning that the expression of one thing is the exclusion of another. Right? Mention of one thing implies exclusion of another. When certain persons or things are specified in a law, contract, or will, an intention to exclude all others from its operation may be inferred. Under this maxim, is if statute specifies one exception to a general rule or assumed to specify the effects of a certain provision, other exceptions or effects are excluded. So let me give you an example under Title 10. Because I'm showing and proving, I'm giving examples. That's what you need. You don't need to hear it from me. You actually need to read the law. This is what the law is saying. So let's go to Title 10 in the United States Codes. Armed forces, right? All right, if I could find the definitions, let me see if I can find it. Personnel. I don't know, maybe Google could be my friend. Let me see if Google gonna be my friend. Let me see if Google gonna be my friend. Include, hold on. Include defined. 10 USC. All right? So now let's look at these definitions. Bang, 101. Nope, it's not that one. That's another title. That's another definition somewhere in there. Let me see right here. Oh, nah, that's something else. All right, man. I'm gonna pause it because it might take me a. Let me see. I'm gonna just pause it real quick. All right, so here we go. Took me a while to find this too. All right, so right, Title 10, Section 101, definitions. If you go all the way down, they express. This is how they express include. Right? Includes means includes, but is not limited to. I rest my case. All right? So everything must be expressed. All right? So when you see an include, like for instance, because that's how the I.R.S. finesse some folks that got locked up that came before me. Hey, shout out to everybody who came before me and I learned from. Listen, we learn from each other. That's the collective. All right? So all y'all commercial gurus out here thinking that y'all was the ones with the information, y'all so important. Oh, y'all doing big things. Calm down. Calm down. Because you ain't doing no settlement actions. And who cares? If it ain't for the collective, who cares? I know we don't care. If you're doing it for private reasons, who cares? All right? And you need to stop imposing that onto other people who's trying to stand on sovereignty or who need to stand on sovereignty. Stop teaching people to be sellouts like you. Sellout. All right? Because doing the commercial process, right? That's like taking a back door. No, we gotta confront these actions up front. The back door is like an easy way out. Stop being weak. Learn something. Read. You wanna be indigenous to this land? Then you gotta know how to run the government. In order to know how to run the government, at least learn how to run this one, or at least know what's going on in every aspect of it, instead of just talking out your mouth, selling packages, while people still need help. Like, it don't make no sense. But that's the greed. Excuse me. That's the greed, all right? I'm gonna proceed, though. All right, we still on her neck, all right? So, yeah. So when it comes to this, right, the civil, yeah, that's they ass. 25,000 per statement they make, per violation, per statement. So if 12 months they say you owe something, you got to pay rent, I done show you what rent means and who's required to pay. Government agencies are required to pay rent. They are tenants. We not tenants. Tenant is a misnomer. It's not applicable to any citizen within the states of the union. So we could do a grievance procedure for their fraudulent statements. Yeah, let me show you how to do the grievance procedure. Yeah, let's do it right now. First, this is what I'm gonna show you what they need to provide you when they send you a notice. Say for instance, they denied you. Right? This is what they gotta do. I gotta pause. All right, so here they sent me a letter, right? And they're saying I owe. And after they made their statements, these are the statements that they're required to have within their statements. And this is what it says. You are further notified that pursuant to the lease agreement, you are entitled to a hearing pursuant to 24 CFR 966.4C4. Yeah, we are entitled to hearings, right? As a part of the formal grievance procedure, you have the right to examine before the hearing any documents, including authority records and regulations that are directly relevant to the hearing. So if they're saying you're required to report income, all right, we're gonna have that hearing and we're gonna figure out if these laws is really applicable to us or not, right? Reasonable accommodation statement pursuant to the Fair Housing Act, which is at 42 U.S.C. 3601 through 3619. If you are a federally assisted housing program applicant, you ain't gotta be have housing yet. All you gotta be is an applicant or resident with a disability. You may request an exception, change, or adjustment to a rule, policy, or practice, or service that may be necessary to afford you an equal opportunity to participate. Bang! That's it. You go through the grievance procedure, and then the facts get established. And if they refuse you, you got a claim against them. It doesn't matter if you got $1 million in the bank. If they refuse, you got a claim against them because now they discriminating against your national origin. Equal protection of law. Make them fill out a questionnaire. You already know what's applicable to you or not, so draft up a questionnaire asking them what the terms mean. And let them know if they going by these terms, that means to apply them to you, will be to operate under the color of law and let them know by them doing that, they're in violation of constitutional law, lay out the constitutional law, right? And then lay out the federal law as well, even state law. Lay it all out in the questionnaire, all right? So you always want to bring questionnaires to these grievance procedures too, because they got to answer the questionnaire in the grievance procedure. See, I went through my grievance procedure, they quit. That's why I got free rent right now. Even though I'm still facing a case, which I know I'm gonna win. But yeah, go through that grievance procedure, man. Because they're not gonna want to go through it. The informal one, right? First you're gonna get an informal grievance procedure, and then they're not gonna they're gonna deny everything, of course, right? And then you have a right to a formal grievance with with a judicial officer. See, the informal grievance procedure, there's no officer, it's just you and the lawyer. Now, you could tear his ass up right there and let him know of all his misconduct. And, he probably go to the executive director and be like, listen, man, you probably want to listen. Or they probably got to bring it upstairs. Either way, you feel me? You could still report it to the inspector general. Because the inspector general got to confront the fraud, fraud, waste, and abuse that's happening. All right? If you being denied, you better go through that grievance. And who wouldn't want to have an apartment on the side? Doesn't matter how many apartments you have. Who wouldn't want to have an apartment on the side, right? Yeah, fuck it. We all deserve it. And more. All right. So yeah. This is it right here, right? This is how you do the grievance procedure. So the rules is under 24 CFR 966.4 C4. So we're gonna take a look at that and see what's up, right? How the hell I got here? Anyway, Google 24. Yep. And hold on, what was it? Let me see. What was it? 966.4. Oh yeah, at least. Hold on. What the hell? All right. Supposed to be 9.4. Where's the grievance procedures at? All right. Grievance procedures. Look, it says tenants' rights. The lease shall provide that the tenant shall have the right to exclusive and all right, anyway. Let's continue. See? Tenants' obligations, not my obligations. They be talking about I can't smoke weed in the house. Yeah, okay. I don't smoke weed in the house though. I'm just saying, yeah, okay. I'm just saying. Look at that. Criminal activity. Any criminal activity that threatens the health, safety, or right to peaceful enjoyment, right? Any drug related criminal activity on or off the premises. And this, right, they enforce the Drug Control Substance Act or something like that. Substance Control Drug Act, something like that, whatever that thing is called. It's not even applicable to the states. So technically, niggas could sell dope, niggas could sell crack, all that. Because the rules, the laws, is not applicable to the states. I mean, we can look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at the Controlled Substance Act. Is it applicable to the states? I know y'all niggas probably like, yeah, you bugging now. All right, well, control substance. Is it the Controlled Substance Act or something like that? The Controlled Substance Act? Where is it codified at? I'm looking for the actual law. Well, not the law, but the codes, United States codes version. All right, codification. I'm just click codification. Yeah, it keeps saying, yep, 21802. Yep. All right. All right, United States. Let's click on that. The term United States, when used in a geographical sense, means all places and waters, continental or insular, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. To be honest, I don't even know what the hell that means. What you mean continental or insular? Right? I don't know what them terms mean. And I'm going to assume that it doesn't mean part of the states of the Union. I know that for sure. I really don't. But let's continue to define, see if we could define state within a title. Because if we could define state, and then we know which states this title is applicable to. All right? So let me see if I can define state within this title. All right, they're just giving out all oh, that's why I'm at 8. I'm supposed to be at 802. Duh. Let me go to 802. 802. There we go. 802 definitions. Bang. Let's see if we could define state. All right, all right. I mean, this is how I read titles. This is the term state means a state of the United States. We already know. See, that term, state of the United States, that's the term. We already found that term, state of the United States, right? Eisenberg versus commercial assurance. It is to be noted that the statute differentiates between states of the United States and foreign states. And we already showed you the difference between that. So here's what it's saying under the Controlled Substance Act. Damn, if I could find it again. I got too many tabs open. State of the United States, we know what that means. The District of Columbia, that ain't a part of the states. Any Commonwealth, that ain't a part of the states of the Union. Territories, we see. All right? So all this United States shit, I don't know what that means. All I know is when we define state, the states of the United States is not included within this title. That's all I think I need to know. So when they trying to so when you got all right, where's that? Where is that, man? No. Let me just go do it this way. Fuck it. All right, let's go here again. Yeah, lease requirements. So it's under lease requirements, right? You got all that. We already defined all that. We already know who the tenant is, and it's not us. Criminal activity, any drug related. Listen, everything is legal in the states of the union. So what you mean drug related activity? All the drug laws is not applicable within the union states. So all drug related activity is not criminal activity. That's the way I look at it. And that's the way the law is constructed. The rules of construction. Right? But let's go to grievance procedures. Notice procedures. Terminus, nope. Grounds for termination. Yeah, whatever. Let me see. Grounds for termination. Only for. Anyway, trying to go to the grievance procedure part. All right, grievance procedure, right? So this is the layout for the grievance procedure. So as long as you write a written request, right? If they send you a letter saying they denied you or something like that, all you gotta do is write a written request pursuant to this grievance procedure. Cite the laws, right? You can cite these laws right here. Where's right here. There we go. Right here. Cite this, right? Oh no, let's say if you are a federal applicant. Yep, you are applicant. So pursuant to this, right? You can ask them to revise the policy. So you can have the equal so there may be a necessary to afford you an equal opportunity to participate. And then the grievance procedure is you gotta follow these rules. But this is a formal grievance procedure. Informal, you just gotta write a letter. But when it's a formal, of course you gotta write a letter, but you gotta also state out, all the things that you're gonna address within that procedure. But you wanna do that for both. You wanna state all the issues you're gonna address. Because that's what the grievance is gonna be about. Them issues you are addressing. All right? So that's how you do the grievance procedure. And with all the knowledge I done gave, it's going to be hard for you to lose. How can you lose? If you lose, it's because you got a claim against the lawyer and the executive of housing development. They denied you. That's why you lost. So now you got a claim. Because if you got denied, that means they discriminated against you. The only way they could deny you if there's no room and there's no open units. Well, do an audit. See if they got open units or not. Housing always got open units. So if they got open units and they deny you, and if you can prove they got open units, you got them. And then maybe not. I'm just saying, that's how I see it. You can't be denied. All right. So that's how you get the bag for HUD. I already showed you the civil penalties for each false statement. I already showed you how they're making false statements. Get the bag. That's a good bag right there. Think about it. If someone been living in housing for 20 years, every year for 12 months, the housing been requiring them to pay. Every year they make a statement talking about you owe. Oh yeah, 12 times 25,000, and then whatever number you get from that times that by 20. That's all right. That bag is all right. All right, let's move on to D.S.S. Now I'm gonna do New York with D.S.S. I'm not gonna do any other state. It's up to y'all. I'm gonna show y'all how to I'm going by their terms, right? The misnomers and all that. So when you filling out these applications, you know, the thing is, they looking at you as you making income, right? So when you're filling out these applications, you don't want to say you're not making income, because then they're going to falsely put a charge against you and say you made a fraudulent statement. Now, if you can handle yourself in court, then fucking go through the process, because I did it. Yeah. Yeah, they locked my ass up. But now I'm on their ass. I was only locked up for a day. That's all right. But anyway, right? Now I'm representing myself. But yeah, anyway, like I was saying, with D.S.S, or with any government agency, all right? You want to ask them what these words mean. You just don't want to say, "Oh, I don't make that," because in their eyes, you feel me? They like, "Oh, well, this is this." They're going de facto. They're not going de-jure. They operating de facto. What's actually happening? You feel me? It's not de-jure, but you got to bring it back de-jure, right? Yeah, and let the lawyers know of their misconduct. All right. So in New York State, this is how you can continue to get food stamps or cash assistance. All right. So we're going to go to Google Office, Office of Temporary Assistance and Disability Manual. Manual, right? Because they go by their manual in New York. So if they deny you assistance, it's because they going by the policy within their manual. All right. So let's look at their manual right quick and see what's going on. So when you file for food stamps or cash assistance, they want you to do all this work and all that work requirements and all that blah blah blah, right? But hold up, who's required to do that, right? Who's required to do all that? Let's find out who's required, right? All applicants for or recipients of public assistance must participate in public assistance work activities assigned by the social services official in accordance with the requirements of this part. Such applicants and recipients who fail to comply without good cause with the requirements of this part shall be subject to the provisions of Section 385.12. And we're going to go over that, right? And yes, you are an applicant, right? So I'm guess you're required. All right. So let's dig further. Let's dig further. An applicant for or recipient of public assistance is exempt from participation in public assistance workout activities pursuant to the requirements of this part if she is determined by the social services official to be, and this is all that it is right here, right? And I believe none of this includes me. I don't fit none of this. As a single male, I don't fit none of this. As a single man. But let's continue. Let's see what they actually say in the work requirement section, right? So let's scroll down to that part if I can find it. Hopefully I can. Let me see. All right, restoration of self-sufficiency. An individual who has been determined to be exempt from participation in work activities in accordance. All right, hold on. You see that word, individual, though. Individual. I already told you what that word means. We talking about an agency, so they fall under Title V and record keeping, right? And we already know we are not individuals. All right, so let me see. God damn. Employee requirements for each. Nope, not that. That's the whole exemption part. Matter of fact, let me back up. That's that. All right, work registration. All right, let's see if it's this part. I forgot what part it was, so excuse me. All right, let me see. Exemptions from SNAP. Nope, not that. All right, what it says. SNAP eligibility requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents. No individual may participate in a SNAP program if, for at least 3 months within the most recent 36-month period, he or she participated in such program and did not work for at least 80 hours per month. Well, this applied to individuals. See, it say no individual may participate in SNAP. Well, I'm not an individual. So this rule don't apply to me. And they're going to have to prove that this rule applies to anybody outside the terminology, the term individual. Because it say no individual may participate. It don't say no natural person, no human being, right? Because they do got that as a term in consumer law. Natural person. And then when you look on New York State penal law, they use the word human being. When you look in under Title One, Section 8, they define an individual as a child. But since we're dealing with agencies, that term individual doesn't take precedence. The term individual that take precedence is the one because they keeping records. They asking for records, right? And it's an agency. So you got to define individual within the operation of the agency, right? So this term applies to all agencies, housing agencies, D.S.S agencies. So the term individual under Title V is applicable to all agencies, right? Because Title V is the structure of government and its agencies and how they keep records. They're only allowed to keep records on individuals who are citizens of the United States, which we are not, or resident aliens or some shit. You gotta read the law again and find out what it is. But we are none of those, right? And you know what's crazy? I'm gonna show you how incompetent a lot of these commercial gurus are when it comes to standing on sovereignty. All right, let me continue. All right, work register. As in the condition of eligibility for SNAP, certain household members must meet general work requirements. However, many households members are exempt. Yeah, blah blah blah. Let's continue. Right? All house members who do not fit the exemption. All right, nope. I'm not looking for that. Where's the job requirements? That's what I'm looking for. God damn. Let me pause it real quick. All right, so right here. So here it says right here, exemptions from SNAP work registration. So it say each individual, including migrant seasonal labor workers, is required to register for employment at the time of application for SNAP benefits unless the individual is. Listen, it says individual is required, all right? If you're not an individual, then that means you're not required. Now, don't be going to do this if you're not confident if you're not confident in the law. If you're not confident in the law, this is not for you, all right? You know, let that spirit grow within you, and then go ahead, jump off the roof. Yeah, I guarantee you will be able to fly. So this is it right here, right? Now, it says we have a right to deny it, right? So we are not individuals, so we don't have to uh, establish employment. What employment means, right? They trying to get you into a employer-employee relationship under Title 26. So they are forcing you into an employer-employee relationship to have you report your wages, which you don't make wages. We're about to get into I.R.S. real quick. We're going to get into Title 26. But at the end of the day, you don't make income, right? And employer and employee, that those are misnomers. So by them trying to make you establish that type of relationship, they are indirectly cause you not to be secured in your person. That's how I look at it. And that's a violation of law. That's a violation of law right there. Inducement and fraud. Fraud and inducement. That's that right there again. Right? They try to put a misnomer on you so they could get you to perform. That's with every action. They try to put a jacket on you to get you to perform. Right? The game is misrepresentation. Right? If you call yourself an individual, well, this applies to you, and you fall under Title 5. But if you let them know, like, whoa, hold on, slow up. What does individual means? Because to me, it means this under this title. Now, since you're an agency of the government, everything is supposed to be in the uniform. You cannot go out of the uniformity of a term unless there's some type of rule of construction within that statute. They don't define individual in here, but they are part of the government agency, same way they don't define individual under the Housing Urban and Development Act. They don't define individual under the low income housing laws, but they are a government agency, so we got to define individual under that title then. All right? So, yeah. So, with that being said, let's see right now. Failure to comply with requirements, sanctions. Nope, not that. All right. Where is it? Where is it? All right, hold on real quick. All right, so right here, right? We could refuse to comply, right? If we got good cause. So under the New York State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, a Manual Policy Manual, right? Under D, Section 3, good cause if an individual will have worked 80 hours per month but failed to complete some of all of the hours. No, that's all right. So they trying to give a definition of what good cause is. No, we ain't. Let me go further down. Let me go further down, man. Yeah, I thought I had it. I guess I didn't. God dang, where's that? All right, so the the actual manual is actually law, which is New York Codes, Rules and Regulations, Title 18, Section 385.12, Process of Eligibility. All right, so non-compliance, right? So refusal of unemployment and determining whether the applicants or recipients' refusal to accept an offer of employment constitutes refusal or failure to comply without good cause, a social services official shall consider the report of the employment unit or agency through which the job referral was made, personal information supplied by the prospective employer, the explanations of the applicant or recipient for not accepting the offer or employment, and any other pertinent evidence. An individual is deemed to have willfully and without good cause refused or failed to comply with employment program requirements or is deemed to have good cause for refusing an offer of employment in which such person is able to engage if the evidence shows that. All right, so what did I pick? Hold on one second. All right, so B. So we go B. The salary or wages were less than the minimum required by law, or the conditions of employment were otherwise contrary to law, right? Contrary to law, because they talking about they forcing you into an employee relationship. Whoa, that applies only to Title 26. What you mean? I need an employer. Dumb definitions, holds weight. Strip people of their immunity, right? What are you talking about? I can't be labeled as an employee. I'm not going to let you. No. So therefore, no, I don't have an employer. I don't have an employee, and you're not going to force me into an employee relationship, employer relationship under Title 26. Now you forcing me into a fraudulent contract, right? Just so I could be robbed. So that's B, right? Well, otherwise contrary to law. You can't force me into an employee relationship because that definition have terms. That's not applicable within a state. So you can't make it applicable within a state. And J, accepting a job will result in a net loss of cash income for the household. Hold on, no. The assignment or activity is contrary to law. Yeah. First of all, I'm not an individual. Have a nice day. Right? An individual. All this is for individuals at the end of the day. When they asking someone to perform, they're using the term individual. So an individual has to perform. And I hope you understand that. So what I'm trying to get at is, right, you wanna always do the grievance procedure, and then you wanna have it inherent. See, the judge is not gonna wanna hear all this nonsense. Because the only thing you're gonna do is keep stepping on his neck until he say you're right. So he's gonna quit. He's going to cancel like for instance, when me, I was supposed to have a hearing. The judge ended up being sick. I don't care. Just keep them benefits flowing. How about that? Yeah, just keep it coming, all right? So with that being said, yeah, you're gonna have to. They're gonna deny you and all that. You got to go through the grievance. But while you're going through the grievance, they gotta turn your benefits back on. Now the thing is, once you get in that hearing, if you're not articulating properly and you let that judge rule against you, you're gonna have to pay all that back. All the food stamps back and all the cash back. So you better know what you're doing. All right? And it's a limit that you could receive, right? So for able bodies, it's about, I believe, 2 years you could be on consecutively, right? After that, no. But then again, you got single mothers who could be on forever. Well, hello, that's a constitutional violation because That's a discrimination. That's discrimination against able bodies. It's a form of discrimination. So you making rules with respect to a certain particular group, but it's supposed to be equal protection of law. You feel me? I don't have income. Technically, I will never have income. You feel me? So legally, I'm disabled civilly in that manner. If I'm required to make income, there's no way for me to make income. It's the term itself is only applicable to the territorial states or the District of Columbia. It's not applicable to the state. I can't make income. Impossible. All right, so yeah, we have a right to refuse these misnomers, but still receive the benefit. So after 2 years, when I file again for it, and they say, "Whoa, your time is up," when I'm like, "Well, what's the difference between how come you got all these other single parents still on welfare? You understand that's a violation of the equal protection of law clause, because whatever laws is protecting them, that's going to keep them getting services. I deserve that same protection too. And then you got an earth angel. Earth angel is like, man, you should leave it alone. Don't be that's gonna mess up the system or something like that. Well, first of all, I'm operating off principle. I don't care about emotions. Alright? And if you're an earth angel, you better operate in truth. You ain't got no authority. The hell? Nobody got no authority over here. I mean, apparently I ain't even gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. But I got certain marks of the chosen one. You feel me? I'm not gonna tell you. Only thing I'm gonna just say, all right, I'm a Scorpio, right? And I'm a spiritual master number 11. But that's not the only thing, that's not the only astrology aspects I have. I have other amazing astrology aspects, numerology, including certain chosen marks. You feel me? So, but I don't, come off with that. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, chosen ones fall every day because they're not disciplined in their actions. When you're dealing with a primal energy, right? It could be hard to control. It's a primal force you're dealing with. And a lot of people don't have discipline like that. All right, I'm gonna proceed. So yeah, and find out the rules for your state because they got a policy too. If they saying, oh, individual such and such, you gotta. Well, is that for you or not? And you gotta find out because I know under 42 USC, I believe it's 1981. There's an equal protection clause, I believe, at 1981. But it should be in your state constitution too. Equal protection clause. We don't use the 14th Amendment one. We don't use the 14th Amendment one, but I don't mind using my state constitution equal protection of clause, right? Equal protection of law. Even if you're a parent, right, and you don't got kids, so they say, oh, you an able body. Well, equal protection of law. You gotta let them know. You gotta be able to operate in a capacity where they can't deny you nothing. Every matter. We gonna define everything. Man, you gotta be meticulous with your paperwork. You gotta be belligerent with your process. You gotta really make them feel it. And it's all gonna be good at the end of the day. Once you put injunctions on all these state actors that's coming after you, permanent injunctions, And then you could just finally relax and just chill. And work on other things. You ain't gotta worry about money no more. You ain't gotta worry about, getting kicked out. We wanna worry about all that when we got real stuff to worry about. Right? Alright, so I'm gonna proceed. Alright, so I think that's it for the D.S.S. I think I did enough. I hope I did enough. So that's how you could get food stamps and cash assistance. Don't let them put the misnomers on you, because the misnomers is who the rules apply to. Oh, we sovereign. Everything is ours. Everything, all the credit, that's ours. All these benefits, we are the ones that's funding all of that, through our full faith and credit. So yeah, give me all that. I need that until the Emergency Bankruptcy Act is dissolved. I need all them benefits. That's how I'm coming. All right, we're gonna proceed. Now we're going to child support, right, and child protective services under Title 4, which is anyway, we're gonna go to it right now, right? So let's go here real quick. All right, man. '42 USC. And we're gonna go to Chapter 7, Social Security, right? Chapter 4, grants to states for aids and services to needy families with children and for child welfare services. See, it falls all under this, right? This what it falls under, right here. So now we got to go here and see which states this title is applicable to. So this is what adult means. And an individual who is not a minor. An individual. Are you an individual? No. So they're misrepresenting you. A child minor means an individual. Is your child an individual? No. So if they don't have, so this is where they get their authority from, right? They're calling you adult under this title, and they calling you a minor child under this title, misrepresenting you. And this is causing them to get jurisdiction under this title, because this is only title that they can enforce the whatever department. This is where Department of Social Services get their authority from when it comes to child support and C.P.S. This is where they get their authority from, and this is how they define in words. This is colorable right here. So they operate under the color of law. So you gotta in these proceedings, you got lawyers misrepresenting the child, and you got the judge assisting these lawyers. And you got the lawyers assisting the judge in the proceedings. And then look at their caption, right? What does the caption say? Even though it's a civil process, right? But it's the state bringing in the action. How can a state? I done told you, a state cannot bring in the action. They gotta be acting on behalf of, someone. Now, you're like, yeah, they acting on behalf of the parent. Well, under case law, when they bring in the action, it's not for the benefit of the parent. And the parent they're not representing the parent, because they, under this title, they don't have the authority to represent the parent. Parents are considered obligors under this title. And that's a commercial concept. That's a commercial concept right here. Let's see if we could define state. I see we got some Indian tribes. Oh, forget about it. State, as otherwise specifically provided, the term state means the 50 states. That's a capital S. Look, 50 states of the United States. Yeah, okay. You see how you see how they just did that there? States of the United States. 50 states of the United States. Yeah, okay. We already know the District of Columbia is not a part of the States of the Union. Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, not a part of the States of the Union. The United States of Virgin Islands, Guam. Yeah, so this title right here is not applicable. So if they out here kidnapping kids, this is some serious child trafficking because they're not authorized by law and they taking kids out of apartments, houses. Whoa, massive child trafficking. Massive child trafficking. So all you Moors out there who's real serious about uplifting fallen humanity, if you ain't doing nothing for these kids, because these kids are the future. These kids are the humanity, right? I haven't experienced having a child, but every time a parent say, yeah, a child changed a parent's life, a parent's heart. You know, make a parent gain perception. All right? So the kids are the future. And if you ain't willing to protect these kids, then yeah, okay, charlatan. But I'm gonna be easy with the name call. All right. So with that being said, and we already know anybody that's operating in commerce, right? They still allowing these judges to sit on the bench and do what they doing. So yeah, they probably sending in letters and filing these commercial documents to get them out of these child support or C.P.S situations, but these actors are still there, the judges and the lawyers, committing that egregious misconduct. That got to be handled. All right? So you ain't the man if you ain't out here handling that, homie. All right? If you out here, flipping commercial packages or whatever y'all doing out here, you ain't doing nothing and you're not important. Sorry to say. Unless you're a historian, history is very important. So shout out to all the historians out there that's connecting people to the original spirits. Yeah, shout out to you. If you're a historian, okay, you get a pass. History is very important. But if you out here, flipping these commercials, nah, we ain't. Come on. I ain't, yeah, okay. So that's all you really need to know right there. That definition right there, poke a hole in the whole, you feel me, title, right? It's only applicable to territorial states or whatever territories these are right here. It doesn't include, so they operate under the color of law. Breach of contract and duty. The lawyers committing misconduct, judges committing misconduct, right? The executive of the commissioners, they committing misconduct, violating the law. Yeah, get them all out of office. We don't need them. We don't need them, all right? Yeah, they gotta go. All right, so let me proceed. Honestly, yeah, let me just move on to another topic because that was pretty easy right there. Of course, there's more to it, but you understand. All right, so I ain't gonna do these cases yet because I gotta still touch on more subjects like the I.R.S. and all that stuff. So we gonna go to Title 26 right now, and you know I ain't trying to help people evade taxes, but we gonna find out who Title 26 is applicable to. That's all, right? So all right, so here we go. Whoop, hold on. Nope. All right. The U.S. codes. Title 26. So we already know what income means under federal regulations, right? Actually, I already showed you what income means. Now we got to define wages. Let's define that, matter of fact. Let's define what wages is. So 3502, I believe. 35. Where's 35? I know it's 35 something. Is it? Or is it 34? Let me see if it's 34. All right, wages, right? For purpose of this chapter, the term wages mean all remunerations for services performed by an employee for his employer. All right, we could just stop right there. That's what wages mean. So in order to make wages, there got to be some type of employee-employer relationship. All right? Now let's go to the regulations because employee-employer is laid out different within the regulations, but regulations is the law for Title 26. Actually, Title 26 United States Codes is not even a law. You can't even cite these. You got to cite the regulations. For Title 26, you got to cite regulations. You can't even cite the United States Codes. That's crazy. And I'm gonna show you that. I'm gonna show you that case law too. I believe that it's a case law. I will show you that a little bit later on. But let's define employee and employer under the federal regulations, right? So CFR, right? All right, so 26 CFR 3401, I believe is dot. Anyway, you know what? Let me just employee. Let me just do that. All right, 3401C1, right? Yeah, I'm running out of gas. Damn, I think I'm like 3/4 done, or maybe 2/3. All right, let me continue, man. Employee. The term employee includes every individual, we are not individuals, performing services if the relationship between him and the person for whom he performs such services is the legal relationship of employer and employee. That's what employee means. Now let's go. All right, the term includes officers and employees. And remember that term, whether elected or appointed of the United States. We are not employees of the United States or a state because these terms are defined. And it does not include, right? It does not include a state of the union. None of these terms right here include a state of the union, so therefore these are misnomers when it comes to us in these states. We are not employees, all right? In order to be an employee, right, whether elected or appointed, you got to be whether elected or appointed of the United States. We are not of the United States and we're not of the state. That's what you need to know, all right? Now let's go to employer. But employee said enough, right? Employer. Right, 3401D. The term employer means any person for whom an individual performs or perform any service or whatever nature as the employee of such person. So in order to have an employer, you got to be an employee. In order to be an employee, you gotta be in an employee-employer relationship. We are in none of those because the term is not applicable to the states. All right, you see that capital S? That's a territorial state, and that's all you really need to know. I believe we already gave the definition of wages. All right, so when the IRS sends you a letter, right? Even though uh, you're not supposed to be citing these because the regulations is the law, but you can still cite it any way. We don't have to. They have to comply with it. They have to comply with it. We don't. It's not. It's not. How shall I say? It's not a. Damn. It's an internal thing. All right. These laws apply to them and not to us. So it's something they gotta follow, but we ain't gotta follow. But in a court of law, we're supposed to be citing the regulations and not the codes. All right, except as otherwise provided by the secretary in a return declaration statement, right? Statement or other document required to be made under any provision of the Internal Revenue laws or regulations shall contain or be verified by a written declaration that it is made under the penalties of perjury. All right, that's it. So if you got any letters that's coming to you and they ain't putting that perjury statement, send that shit back and let them know I am happy to comply. Just put that perjury statement. Comply with 26 USC section 6065. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. And that will settle that problem. They won't hit you back up. And if they do, send them a questionnaire. Ask what does define these terms. Define these terms. All right? There's many things you could do. You got to use your brain. All right? So that's how you handle the IRS. Uh, what else I'm about to do? I wanted to get into. Dang. I wanted to get into the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, Truth in Lending Act, and the Equal Credit of Opportunity Act, right? But that's commerce. You know what? I'm gonna save that for another video. I'm definitely gonna save that for another video. But I don't know. Let me see. All right, so I guess we could go over a little bit of each case. All right, so we could start with Jahmal Bey. All right, so Jahmal Bey, right? This is where he messed up at, and he could still get out. You feel me? He could still get out, and it sucks that no, the Moors is not even helping him because he ain't a part of the temple and he ain't follow certain procedures. So they rather let the government make a bag off of him just so the government could further suppress us. Yeah, congratulations, niggas. Congratulations. How about that? Okay. And I understand they talking about, oh, he been frauding the people. I don't know. I don't know if he have. And if he have, then I guess, ancestors got him in there. But if it's God's will, this information gonna get him out. If it's not God's will, then this information is not gonna get him out, regardless. All right? But we gonna look into his case real quick. Jahmal Bey, Boston case, right? Rise of the Moors. All right. Let's see what we got here, right? We're going to poke holes in the procedures. This is in Boston. United States District Court, District of Massachusetts. Jamal Talib Abdullah Bey, right? On November 14, 2022, Jahmal Talib Abdullah Bey, a resident of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, initiated this action by filing a pro se complaint. First wrong move. If it ain't gonna be in Propria Persona, it better be in sui juris, at least, right? They can't force you to file pro se. Look at that. Look how they even put the italicized on it. Like, yeah, pro se. Yeah, look at that. You already lost. Because you allowed them to put that name on you. But if anybody watching this video, you already know you got the information. But all right, let's get into it, right? So that's one thing where he went wrong, right? Complaint against a Massachusetts state court judge presiding over his criminal case. Commonwealth versus Bey. Commonwealth? That's a defective right there. What I told you about they bringing actions under anything other than state with a lowercase s. Operating under the color of law. This is a territorial court. That's why they doing what they doing. Right? Although Bey did not file a separate motion for leave to proceed in form of papyrus and the body of the complaint, he requests leave to proceed in form of papyrus. All right. Bey submits his complaint on a pre-printed form complaint and request for injunction, right? Provided by the Administrative Office of the United States Court. Bey checked the box indicating federal question, right? That's what you got to do. If you're going into federal court, you got to check that federal question box because you're raising federal questions, which is law, constitutional law or federal law. All right. So Bey alleges that his motion to suppress in his state case was denied on June 16, 2022. Listen, bro, I don't know. You feel me? Let's look at the procedures. Let's look at the procedures. Cause let's see if he caught on to the let's see if they let's see their procedures real quick, right? All right, Massachusetts codes. Look how they even spell it. Massachusetts. What the fuck is that? Talking about Massa. All right, nigga. All right, Massachusetts codes. We're set. We're set. You know what? Let me just go and find law codes. Yeah, make it easy for myself. All right, Massachusetts. There we go. All right, we're not going to the Constitution. We're going to courts, judicial officers and proceedings, civil cases. Now we want to go crimes, punishments, and proceedings in criminal cases. All right, that's where we want to be at. Oh no, Massachusetts rules of criminal procedure. That's where we want to be at. All right, now let's see these rules. Entry by court. Let's see how the caption is supposed to be. Let's see if they violated their caption within the rules. Because if they did, yeah, you could get them on that. But if they didn't, you could still go into federal court and dismiss it based on the lack of jurisdiction and subject matter because that entity, which is the Commonwealth, is a territorial state and a citizen of the District of Columbia. And then they cannot impose their laws, right, onto the foreign state of the state of Massachusetts, the geographical location. They cannot impose those rules onto the citizens, all right? So anyway, let's see how the prosecutor is coming. All right, let me see real quick. Request for rulings and trials of nope. Nope. Yeah, I guess it's probably not even in this section, so I'm gonna have to go to another section. All right, so let me get out this one real quick, because we already know, nope, it's not there. So that means it's the courts. It gotta be courts. All right, actions and proceedings therein, remedies, statutes of frauds. All right, let me just see courts real quick. The Supreme Court, Commission on Judicial. We already know. We already did that already, right? All right, so let's see the prosecutors, attorneys and attorneys. Nope. Actions and proceedings. Let's see commencement of action. All right, let's see. Let's see what it say right here. Commencement of action. But I think this is even for civil though. This is for civil. But we just go through it anyway. You see how they mention defendant who is not an inhabitant? Oh, all right, nah, that's something else. All right, let me proceed. Yeah, this research is it's not a lot, but sometimes it can be. Sometimes you could be here for hours just going through a whole bunch of laws looking for, discrepancies and all that. Cause I'm looking for a form. That's all I look for. Form and procedures violations. Cause that's what they do. Alright, anyway, this I'm not going through all this. I know it's not even in this one, so let me just go back up here. The Massachusetts Legal Assistance Corporation Act. What's this about? Attorneys. Let me see if the district attorney is in here somewhere, man. God damn, I'm not finding nothing. This shit is crazy. And I ain't about to sit here all day. Alright, so when all fails and you can't find the caption in the rules, right? The rules still apply. If it's not the lowercase s, they are not establishing a judicial court. And then if a judicial court is not established, that means they operate under a legislative court or under a legislative authority. And if they try to operate under a legislative authority on any state soil, they are forming their territorial state within a union state, right? So when you can't find that in the rules, just take it straight to take it straight to the district court and get it dismissed. All you got to do is say they're not a citizen of the state, so they don't have the capacity to sue. They are domiciled within the District of Columbia. All offices are within the District of Columbia. And the only way they can represent the people is by representing a citizen of the state. All gun laws, there's no citizen of the state with gun laws. So they usurping judicial authority from the state. But these are all government officials. Their offices are in the District of Columbia. So they don't have authority to just bring an action on their own within a foreign state. They got to be representing someone of that foreign state to even do that. So whether I can find it in the rules or not, I understand. You feel me? I understand. And that's all you need to understand. Lowercase s, they have judicial, they establish a judicial court. If it's an uppercase, nah. They failed to be proper before the court. The district attorney is not proper before the court. He have established a judicial court, so therefore there's no judicial authority invested within the court. All right? The judge can't allow that. So even with this case, he could get it dismissed. Because all the judge did was issued a writ of error. The judge issued a writ of error. Right? So whatever gun laws they applied, he gotta say it's not applicable. You know, he filed motions to suppress evidence and allowing the judges to represent him pro se. Nah, you can't do that. Don't ever try to go into these courts pro se. All right? So I ain't do too much with it. You feel me? But just this alone right here, right? Hold on, where is it? This alone right here, this caption. Hold on, because this is the case. This right here. See, when he went into district court, he didn't even need to argue all that stuff. All he had to do was say, the Commonwealth is a citizen of the District of Columbia who has no standing or capacity to sue me, who is domiciled within, you feel me, Rhode Island. Right? We already know the capacity to sue falls under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 17B. They don't have the capacity to sue him or to charge him with anything. So he could get that dismissal for a 12B motion. Lack of personal jurisdiction and subject matter, among other things, within that whole affirmative defenses. All right? So if you understand that a little bit, you could do something and help this man. I'm broke. Well, at least I get the information, right? All right. All right, let me go to what other case we got here, right? All right, Larry Hoover case. Well, let's go to Larry. That's an easy one, right? Let's break it down. Larry Hoover, right? Larry Hoover. I know niggas like, what? You said it's easy. What the hell? It's principles. It apply across the board, right? All right, so let's see real quick. Oh, damn. Uh-oh. Damn, I think my shit froze on me. All right, there we go. I was about to say. All right, Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover case. All right. So good thing he got the federal charges dropped, right? But we gonna review everything anyway. Let's see the caption first, right? United States of America. You see, it don't say the United States, say United States of America. All right, Appellee versus Larry Hoover. Appellant. This is Chicago. I already showed you the procedures in Chicago. That's Illinois, right? So let's see if they could let's see real quick. So they're saying here in violation of 848, right? And all right, 21 USC section 848. Let's look at that, right? So he got charged under that title. 21 848. Right? I already told you these drug laws is not applicable within the states. Excuse me. All right, continuing criminal enterprise. Right, any person who engages in a continual criminal enterprise shall be sentenced to a term of imprisonment which may not be less than 20 years. All right, blah blah blah. Who is this title? What is this title applicable to? Right. I just want to define state and see who this title is applicable to. All right, so the term state means any state of the United States. See, we already know that's a term. The District of Columbia and any commonwealth. We already know commonwealths are not states of the Union. Territories, we already know territories not all possessions. Possessions is property. Properties are not, no. All right, so bang. So he got charged under this title, and it's not even applicable within the state of Illinois, right? Let's go back to the case, right? He got charged under this, not even applicable within the states of the union. All right, what else? 18 USC section 2518. 2518. What else? All right. Well, we already know that this title is not applicable to the states of the union. All right. So let me just go back up here real quick. Hold on, let me go through this a little bit more. All right, on a federal level, these charges have been dropped, but it's not even applicable to him. All right, but first, let me go right here. Where's that? Let me go and see what this. Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? What he got charged with? Damn, I just had that law. All right, so nope, not there, not there. All right, 2518. Let's see what that's about. All right, 2518 U.S. Codes, Title 18, 2518. Right? Yeah, right here, crimes, 2518. Go down. Whoops. Oh, why in electronic communications exceptions? All right, so I guess the case is about they use this law to intercept, and wiretap them. So under this law, they was allowed to wiretap them, but was they? Let's look. Well, who's this title is applicable to? Let's define state. State means any state of the United States. See, even in this title right here, they're not allowed to wiretap people within the states of the Union. Wiretapping is illegal, unconstitutional. Then this law doesn't stretch to the Union states, the states of the Union. So all this is irrelevant, immaterial. So all these laws that they cited is immaterial and should have been strike from the record. All right. Now let's talk about that murder. Even though the federal laws did get dismissed, who knows? Maybe they see the future, right? They dismissed it before, but it doesn't even matter. He need that bread from these damages. All right. Now let's his state case, Larry Hoover state case, because he's still facing murder, right? Larry Hoover state case. All right. Let's see that state case, man. What that state case at? Nope, not that one. Damn, they don't even got the state case here. That's probably let me see. Hey, if anybody do have the state case, just email it to the Super Saiyan Moor at gmail.com so I could take a look at that caption and read it. You know, because I bet the whole caption is defective. And if the caption is defective, then that means the court haven't established a court. The DA haven't established a court, and man, that's crazy. But hey, if we could prove if he could still file a claim for all um the misnomers, right? The misrepresentation of the people of the state, which prejudice his rights, right? The DA committed all that. The DA and the judge committed misconduct. So it's easy to get that case turned around and dismissed within the federal court. Because if he haven't established a judicial court, that means he established a legislative court. And if he established a legislative court, that means he was operating in a legislative capacity, right? Under the authority of the District of Columbia, who has no business, right? Oh, but actually, no, because the person who got murdered, they will be acting on the behalf of that person. But if they still haven't established a judicial court, then hey, that's still a misnomer. But hey, I'm gonna stay away from that one too. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, you know, if he did murder somebody, ain't nothing I can really. That's God's judgment at the end of the day. You feel me? So, and who knows? They probably lying about the murder. I don't know. You feel me? But we know these niggas was gangsters. And that's why we gotta have boundaries. When you chosen to do God's work, you can't be around all that other shit. That's how you get caught up. Same thing with Dr. York, right? All right, so let's go to Dr. York case. Dr. York is the same thing. It's a RICO case. All right, Dr. York. Dr. York case. United States versus York. All right. All right, what he got charged with? He got charged with a whole bunch of federal laws. I already told you federal statutes are considered local laws within the District of Columbia. And if that's the case, it's not applicable within the Union States. So if they using all these federal laws, yeah, they operate under the color of law. And since he come from that paradigm of the Moors, right, and the Nation of Islam and all that, clearly he was taught not to study the United States codes and not to learn and follow motions and rules and all that, right? Because if he would have studied the United States codes, he would have like, oh yeah, because Dr. York is smart. The only thing is he submitted himself to a paradigm which, was of a spirit of not truth, maybe half truths, right? Maybe half truths, but that whole paradigm is not operating in the spirit of truth. So you're not going to be able to will all the truth that is to will. All right? You could tell a person by their fruits. If you're not manifesting truth into your life, that means you're not embodying truth. If you're manifesting falsehood into your life, you're embodying falsehood. You operate on the frequency of falsehood. All right? So clearly this what was going on with Dr. York. He kept switching his statuses. That's not standing in solid truth. He's very smart and intelligent. A lot of people are. Like for instance, we got Bro Sanchez, right? Bro Sanchez thinks that this is a pineal gland. And excuse the picture. Well, all right, so creation of Adam. Creation of Adam, right? Go to images, the Michelangelo painting. All right, come on. Bang, right? So this is the picture of the creation of Adam. Now, we got a lot of people that think this is the pineal gland right here. Oh, Lord. And I'm not laughing at them. And maybe it is the pineal glands, and maybe, my spiritual eye is just now working and I'm not there, right? Because I think I understand symbolism. I understand symbolism, right? So when I see this, you got the collective, right? You got the elder dude right here. That's the eternal life force. And then we got all these other beings behind them, right? We got a middle age, a toddler look like a baby on a shoulder. These are representations of frequencies to me, right? We all carry our own frequency. So the higher the frequency is, the higher the soul level. But they all go through him and manifest in the physical. But what is the first thing that is formed? What is the first thing that spirits manifest in the womb? It's the heart, right? And for all our Moors, we know the source dwells in the heart, right? Well, Allah, they say, Noble Drew Ali say Allah dwells in the heart. That's the first thing that's manifesting in the physical, the heart, right? And then you got the index finger, right? Let's look at symbolism, spiritual meaning for index finger. Spiritual meaning of index finger. Authority, leadership, confidence, and direction. It symbolizes power, self-esteem, and the ability to manifest intentions, actions as a conduit for guidance and clarity. right? What's the element, right? What's the spiritual element, right? Air element. We already know what the air element represents, spirit, right? So when you look at this picture right here, when I look at this picture, God damn, what's that? What the hell just did that, man? Anyway, let me go to this one. Right? So when I look at the picture, spirit manifesting in the physical, right? So these are vibrations right here, frequencies, different frequencies and vibrations. What does vibration create? Sound. So this is sound. So when you go to the Bible and it talks of the word, right? It talks of the word. Let's go to the word. I'm sorry I'm giving you a little spiritual lesson. Let's go to the word. John 1:1, right? John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, right? So when you look at it, God is the beginning, the Word, and everything. We are the Word too, and we with Him, and we are Him, right? We with Him, and we are Him. Now let's go to 1:2. The Word became flesh, right? Bang. Word becoming flesh, the physical. The spirit manifesting in the physical, becoming flesh, right? It doesn't matter. All these frequencies move through the source into the physical, flesh. So the word frequency becoming flesh, right? Let's go to 3. Through him all things were made. Through him all things are made. No, nothing, no frequency cannot bypass the source to manifest into the physical. All right? All things are made through him. Even in the flesh, if someone is making something, the being is being operated by spirit. All right? Always will have that connection to spirit, source. Now, how much of a connection? That depends on whether you meditate or not. All right? I got some work to do. I got some work to do. I guess we all got some work to do. Because the goal is to keep climbing up the ladder and getting closer back to source. So we could, unlock more of our spiritual gifts or whatever you want to call it, right? But I'm not going to expound more on it. So yeah, Bro Sanchez think this is a pineal gland. But in order for a pineal gland to form, the heart must form first. Because there's no flow, there's no blood flow or nothing without the heart. So spirit is dwells in the heart. That's why we gotta watch what we speak to each other. If you want to speak to somebody positively, because you're not speaking to their flesh. You're speaking to their spirit. And if you're speaking to that spirit, this is who you're affecting. All right? Whatever that person think that you, whatever you cause that person to think, right, is going to create a spirit in them. And now, if you out here creating bad spirits in people because you don't know how to talk to people and be kind, well, guess what? You are very bad for the collective. Yeah, you're very bad for the collective. That's why our ancestors out here regulating right now, because niggas is adding negative energy to the collective. All right, so I'm gonna just leave that alone. So I think Bro Sanchez is wrong. Now, as far as, flat earth and all that, I don't care about that. That has nothing to do with standing on sovereign business. We could get to that later, but right now it's all about full autonomy and energetic sovereignty. In order to, move towards being that, we got to get all these government officials off our back and keep them on the right track. Yeah. All right. So let me proceed. So yeah, with this Dr. York case, you know, man, he got charged with a whole bunch of federal charges, but all on federal charges is not applicable within the state. And all right. So hold on. Let me go back to it real quick. Let me go back to Dr. York. Dr. York case. All right. So let's see what he got charged with. I'm gonna just skim through it, see if I can find some federal laws, and then look them up. All right, let me see where you at. Where you at? Oh, that probably was like an opinion or something. So they didn't actually cite no law. God damn. All right, where you at? Let me see. Damn, god damn. Yo, that case was on the internet. Nah, that case definitely was on the internet. Yeah, Nubian Nation of Moors. Let me see if it said. All right, yep, this is the one right here, right? So you got charged with 1962, and that's a RICO. Let's see if RICO charge is applicable within the Union States, all right? Let's see. All right, so 18 USC. Oh, hold on, let me see, what was it again? Yeah, I'll be forgetting. 1962, all right, 1962. 1962, prohibited activities. Let's define state. And yeah, so we could just state means any state of the United States, District of Columbia. Bada bing, bada boom. This statute that he got charged with is not applicable to the states of the Union. But if he was operating as an agent, right, which is subjected to taxation, then that's a different story. I don't know. I don't know. But as far as him and his original capacity as a state citizen or a foreign state entity, this right here is not applicable to him. Yeah, that's not applicable to him. So, all right, let me see what else. Right, 371. Let's see. All right, 371. All right, crumbs. 371. Where you at? Yeah, my brain could be slow at sometimes, man. I'm like, God damn. Right? Conspire either to commit any offense against the United States or to defraud the United States or any agency thereof. So this right here probably could be applicable. if there's some type of financial crime. So that's the thing. If there's because the way he set up his accounts probably would have caused him to be subjected to the IRS. But I'm about to show you some case laws right here, real quick, right? So this is what this says. A corporation is a citizen, resident, or inhabitant of a state or country or by or under the laws of which it was created, and of that state or country only. So all these territorial states are corporations, right, of the District of Columbia only, right? That's where they at. So we still got to figure out. No, hold on. It's the United States of America going up, but he do have foreign states have immunity from the United States courts. I mean, that's how I read it. But all right, let's continue. All the powers of the government must be carried into operation by individual agency, either through the medium of public officers or contracts made with individuals. All right. So what this is saying right here, that in order to carry out operations of the government, you got to be an agent of the government. All right. Let's talk about income tax real quick, right? The 16th Amendment declares that Congress shall have power to levy and collect taxes of income, whatever sources derive without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. It was not the purpose or effect of that amendment to bring any new subject within the taxing power. Congress already, Congress already, right? Power, dang, what the hell? I missed the word. Congress already had power to tax all incomes. But taxes on incomes from sources have been held to be direct taxes within the meaning of the constitutional requirements as to apportionment, right? Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and then you got Section 9, Clause 4. And then they give you some case law and all that. The amendment relieved from that requirement and obliterated the distinction in that respect between taxes on income that are direct taxes and those that are not. And so that, hold on. And so put on the same basis all incomes from whatever sources derive, right? Income has been taken to mean the same thing as used in Corporation Excise Tax Act of 1909, as used in the Corporation Excise Tax Act of 1909 and the 16th Amendment, and in the various revenue acts subsequently passed, right? After full consideration, this clause declared that income may be defined as gain derived from capital, from labor, or from both combined, including profit gain through sales or conversion of capital. And that definition has been adhered to and applied repeatedly. So we talk about, it's an excise tax, right? That's what it is. It's not income is an excise tax. So it's not from your compensation of labor, it's from gain, right? From the gain you make off of what is it? I don't want to, cause confusion. So let me read that again. All right, so as gain derived from capital, from labor. You see how that say gain from labor? What does that even mean? Gain from labor and compensation from labor carries two different connotations. But anyway, we're gonna continue to read this, right? And determining what constitutes income, substance rather than the form is to be given control and weight. All right, so let's go to this. Revenue laws relate to taxpayers and to non and not to non-taxpayers. The latter are without their scope. No procedures are prescribed for non-taxpayers, and no attempt is made to annul any of their rights or remedies in due course of law. So who are taxpayers? We already define who taxpayers are. Even though I'm straying away from the case, but when we talk about income and financial crimes and all that, right? Obviously, clearly they talking about invading tax laws and all that too. That's what I think when I think of defrauding the government, committing financial crimes. They talking about you got to report and all that, some type of form of income and all that. But at the end of the day, you got to be a taxpayer. Now, if he signed some documents and made himself a taxpayer by operating under some type of entity that is subjected to registration under the Internal Revenue laws, and then that could be I don't know the case, but all I know the RICO laws is not applicable to him. All these federal laws that he's been charged with. Well, no, hold on, I can't say all federal laws because, like I said, uh, with this right here, I really don't know. But let's see if we could define state within this. So, Chapter 19. I don't know. Let's see if we could define state. Who this is? I think it applies to you know, I think it applies to the foreign states too, though. I'm not even gonna lie. You can't be defrauding the government. You definitely can't defraud the government. All right, general provisions. All right, let's define state. All right, interstate commerce and foreign commerce defined. All right, one state. They're not defined in state, but they're gonna eventually define state. Right. The term interstate commerce, as used in this title, includes commerce between one state. They ain't talking about no territorial state. I mean, they're not talking about no state of the union state. That's a capital S. Territory, nope, nope. Colombia, all right. So that means even this title is it's not applicable. It's not applicable because this title is only applicable to the states that's defined within this title. So yeah, Dr. Yoke could go free, right? Because they charge him under foreign laws. So all he got to prove is that these laws is not applicable to what state he was in Georgia. Oh, look, he was in Georgia. He was in Georgia. Oh Lord, right? But at the end of the day, there was some other stuff involved too. So whoa, let me stop that. Let me stop right there because that other business, we're gonna let the ancestors deal with that. If this information could get them out, only the ancestors gonna allow it. I know that for sure. I know that for sure. So, all right, let's proceed to Rashad Jamal. All right, Rashad Jamal. All right, Rashad Jamal versus State of Georgia. Rashad Jamal versus, all right, State of Georgia. All right, let's look at this case. What's up? Wow. All right, white. All right, white versus the state. Supreme Court of the State of Georgia. All right, let's see the caption though. All right, white versus this is wrong right here. What do you mean the state? The hell is that? But this is not even. Let me see. Let me see real quick. Well, even this is a case right here. Niggas be having all this unsexual discipline, right? Because there is videos of him talking about What was he talking about? He was talking crazy about the goddesses. You feel me? Can't be talking crazy about the goddesses, man. I forgot Shorty name that made that video with the audio talking about polygamy. How can you call yourself a goddess if you're not trying to be in polygamy? I'm like, oh, okay. Yikes. Like, listen, the hierarchy is the woman. She's of a higher frequency than you. You cannot go against no higher frequency than you. Only way you could go up against a black woman if she's not operating her frequency. That's the only way you could win. If she's not operating her frequency. But most of these goddesses that he was dealing with was connected and operating in a frequency he had no business trying to control or dominate. He was tripping, bro. He was tripping. So I think that's what, caused. Let me see the caption. I'm looking for the caption. I know I saw that caption before. Yeah, it was Rashad Jamal White versus State of Georgia. Dang. They had the case. All right. White versus State. Let me see if it's there. Court of Appeals of Georgia, White versus State. The caption is still wrong. I don't even think that's the proper caption. The proper caption for the real case. So I probably gotta definitely look up the case somewhere else to see how they caption it. But that's the only thing that's gonna save them is the wrong caption. You see how White versus State, capital S, denotes legislative instead of judicial. To be honest, that's the only hope he really have of claiming the whole thing, the whole order. It was a writ of error, right? Because of how they presented themselves in court, they was improper before the court. But I feel like that's the only way he could get out based on that one stance right there. As far as we proving that he the nothing really happened to the child. I don't know. That's a sensitive topic, and us as adults, we gotta side with the child, man. Hell no, you gotta side with the child, and we still gotta properly investigate. And he made it easier for people to side with the child because he was coming hard. He was coming down hard on these goddesses about polygamy. You feel me? Polygamy is about fostering a community of unity, right? That will benefit the children. It's not for sexual pleasure. Polygamy was never for sexual pleasure. That's low vibrational. All right? Real men of God understand this. If you gonna be in a polygamous relationship, right? You gotta move proper, and you definitely gotta have discipline. Definitely gotta have discipline and a solid plan. Because when you're in a polygamous relationship, you can't just be doing stuff aimlessly. All right? Cause them women is gonna turn on you. They gonna see you ain't shit and you ain't got no sense of direction. Why would a woman want to be with a man that has no sense of direction? All right? So get that right. Now, I feel like that's the only defect in the case. That's the only thing you could challenge is the defect, which is they coming the prosecution is coming improper before the court. Right? That's the only thing I could think of. But hey, maybe someone in here could take what I just, gave and expand on it and then just, shut shit down more. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's about standing on sovereignty. It's not about that commercial stuff. So I believe I gave you enough knowledge, to stand on your sovereignty. And I gave you enough elements to establish in federal court. Well, I'm not going to say elements, but I showed you partially of what you need to do. Of course, you got to do more study because I didn't give you I was just poking holes in a procedures. You feel me? But now you got to still learn the procedures on how to, come through with these tort actions, if anything, or commence that claim, or file a writ of error in a court of appeals or something like that. Or if you're not at that stage, file a permanent injunction on these states so they don't come in that under that same uh, state, territorial state. You put a permanent injunction on that territorial state so they cannot bring an action against you ever again. You feel me? But I'm gonna do the commercial part of this. Maybe for the weekend is out. I'm not sure, but it's 111 on a dot, and it's 4 hours. Well, it's more than 4 hours because the video got cut off like at an hour and some change. So now I gotta add that hour in the beginning with these just 4 hours and 55 minutes. So altogether, that's 6 hours and some change that I've been on here. So, and my ass is tired. I didn't eat nothing, so I'm about to go do a little bit of juicing. And hey, man, listen, y'all gotta be vigilant, right? And you will prosper. That's that. Know that you are not an individual, or you are not none of these misnomers that they placing upon you. You are none of those. All right. If you got any more questions, please feel free to email me or yeah, just email me at the Super Saiyan Moors at gmail.com. Or if you do have my number, then of course you could just text me. Other than that, man, hey, y'all keep your head up, stay safe, and you know, let's get this moving. That's that. All right, peace, love, and light. A little bit of darkness.